Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break the keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it. I'm telling you, don't waste it. Lies telling you, don't waste it on me.
Doing, man.
And we are
Good,
live,
man.
actually.
Easy.
We are live. So we can ask you right
Oh,
live
shit.
now. Gases.
Oh.
Awesomeness.
I was just about to show you my new shit, and I was like, "Oh damn, we're live! I can't do that. I can't do that." I'm literally about to turn the camera.
We'll do that in green room afterwards. Keep that secret
Yeah.
or special
Yeah,
sauce
definitely.
afterwards. Well, welcome
Yeah.
everybody to the last show of 2023. We're going to be summarising 2023 as a whole, some of the biggest releases this year, the worst releases this year, and some of the biggest news articles and things to come out of this year as well, including, and good job this happened beforehand, because, you know, we don't have the moral high ground. We're not going to just cover some leaks and not others because it's a certain company. We are going to be covering the PlayStation leaks that happened yesterday. They are substantial. There's a lot happened. And of course, other than personal leaks, which we never condone, even other game leaks we don't condone to a point. We still have to cover them. And we've still got a lot of stuff to get over with.
Oh, fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No one gives
Fuck
a
you,
shit.
Gaz.
No one gives a shit.
Anyway, welcome everybody to the roundup of 2023. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let's get into it. First and foremost, like I say, we've got two awesome guests today. The first of which is here from the off, and that's Septic Sauce. You know him as Gaz. How are you doing, sir? What you been up to? What you been playing?
Good, man. Thank you for the invite. It's been a while, boys. Haven't
Has
seen
been
you
a
since
while.
Gamescom. It's
Has
good
been
to
a
see
while.
you, man.
Gamescom.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's been good. It's been very busy at the moment as I'm trying to launch my channel, which I've been done for months. I've been talking about it, but I just want to do it right. You get this one shot. So I've been doing that quite a bit. I've been playing Halo Infinite and raging now. Why are people so shit at games, man? Like, we're old now. Like, why is it that I'm crying, screaming at my team or randoms on this game? Like, and these are people who have played way more. I just checked someone who had like thousands of games and it's -10, not doing the objective. Anyway, it's like people suck. People are still shit. I'm not saying that I'm good at games, but people suck. People suck so bad. So I've been playing that, and I'm trying to now stick to a game at a time. But this week's been a bit mad. It's been a bit of a crazy week, especially with gaming news as well. What's happening around? And trying to cover that. So I play game. I want to play Alan Wake. I'm going to complete that, which I'm really enjoying. Really enjoying. It's a different type of game. It's just a beautiful game. Shout out to the voice actor who actually passed away, which is crazy for Max Payne. But yeah, a lot, man. It's just been playing that. So sticking to one game at a time. And yeah, Halo Infinite and Alan Wake. Those are my 2 games right now, and in cycle.
Sweet. How far along are you in Alan Wake?
Quite far. I feel like I'm near the end. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I won't say spoilers of where I am, but currently playing as Max Payne, because you can switch between the 2 if you look at a puddle or something. It's weird. Game is weird, but it brings together the worlds of Control as well, which is such a good. That's the cool bit that's really got me. But I don't know how far I am. I don't know how to answer that question without spoiling it.
All right. Good.
Awesome.
Have you been playing that? Oh, Boxer Burger.
I finished it.
You played path tracing with on GeForce Now or something, right?
No. I played it on Xbox.
Oh, you played on Xbox. I'm playing on Xbox.
I was debating whether to get it on PC to see it, path traced on my 3080, but yeah, I just prefer the convenience, of console gaming. So,
which mode? Yeah, no, same here, Bran. I'm gonna get a new PC eventually, but that's more for editing. But what mode did you play Alan Wake in? Quality
mostly
mode
performance.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, you playing on quality?
I'm playing on quality. The game's pacing isn't something that requires you to play at 60, I feel, and it's more cinematic at 30.
That is
some
true.
cinematic. Yeah, the cinematic flair of a game gets reduced at 60, and a game that's so story heavy for me, I just feel like it's better at 30. I know people are like, oh, it's janky. It has negatives because it's 60, but the combat isn't one where you need to swivel a lot, other than those whatever they are, that they dash around really fast. That's actually when I feel that, oh god, I wish it was 60 frames. They just, it's like you're switching around, and you can actually feel it because at 30, where you pan the camera is a bit just weird stuttery kind of thing, but generally it's quite smooth. I don't have any issues with that. So yeah, I'm playing that at 30. Sacrilege, I know, for the new console players who got spoiled but didn't give a shit about it for 2 decades preceding that.
Guys, I'm exactly the same though. I'm exactly the same when it comes to like story-based modes where it isn't important to have 60. I'd rather play it in like the chilled out 30 frames mode and just make the most of the fidelity we're crying out for. If it comes to like important like shooters or something that requires quick movement all the time, or competitiveness, that's when it has to be 60. That's when we're talking about Apex
100%.
or Halo or Gears or whatever it is, some racing game, anything like that absolutely requires 60 frames. Like Alan Wake 2, for instance, that is like a slow moving narrative game. You don't require 60, as it were. Although you mentioned,
but
there are some fast moving things in there that you would wish it was at 60. But we can't say these consoles should really be doing
I just prefer
both.
the smoothiness, but there are certain games where sometimes I do play them at 30, like Avatar. I'm playing Avatar right now, also on the Xbox. And I'm actually playing that in quality mode because the performance mode drops the resolution so hard that it's really hard to look at. It's like super blurry on the big 4K screen. And then I just played at 30. And the thing with 30 is you get used to it. After playing for a couple of hours in 30, you get used to it, and then it doesn't feel that bad anymore. It's just when you come off of a 60 FPS game and then start to play it at something else at 30, it just the initial 2 or 3 hours are just
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I mean,
Yeah.
we were just talking about the fidelity of games just yesterday because we went back to PUBG to play some games. Myself and Erwin and Vin.
Gee.
PUBG's awesome,
How
but
is that now?
it's awesome. It's like absolutely there's still pop-in galore. It still looks like shit, but it runs flawlessly.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But that's the thing. Like we came from playing Halo Infinite Firefight the day before, and like buttery smooth, like 60 to 120
Yeah.
frames, like nice looking graphics, and then you go to PUBG and it looks like absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
Looks like a dog's treat,
I can
but
imagine.
plays
I can
really
imagine.
well, and you still no other game. Still no other game that comes down to it that may has
that
that
vibe.
feeling in the last 10. You just
Yeah.
it just doesn't like it's so intense in the last 10. You're like, holy shit, like they could be anywhere on this fucking map.
Yep.
And they can just pop you with an
I
AWM.
loved PUBG. I loved PUBG when I started playing that.
Yeah.
I've got old videos on my channel of me and my bro playing, and the thing that made it for me was the proximity chat.
Yeah.
Back then, yeah, they toned it down because back then all you heard was China #1, China #1. It was just full of Chinese people, and if you dare say Taiwan #1 just to troll, you would get insulted in ways you didn't understand, but you knew they insulted the shit out of you. It was so much fun. Like some of the, I was thinking of posting the clip up on socials, like me and my friend Ben, and there was some like weird Swedish guy or something. He was just like, no, don't shoot, don't shoot. And we were like, okay, we're gonna, me and my friend. And he beat the shit out of both of us as we paused. So it's like that kind of dynamic was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Proximity chat mixed with the, it's different. When you're looking for the chicken dinner on PUBG, when you're in the last circle, your anus is tight
Yeah.
as hell. Because compared to Fortnite, you have survivability. It's not going to be a one-shot thing. And it's like, you know, in no build mode or whatever, with Fortnite, you can just fly away, got a ninja sword or something, traversal with
Like
this,
in
it's
PUBG,
still, like,
if you know that last guy's got an AWM, you're like,
you're screwed.
fuck.
Boom, one headshot, dead.
Like, shit.
That's it.
Like, where
It's
is
the
he?
high stakes.
Yeah.
But that's why it makes it so good. It's a bit janky, but it was ahead of the game, and
Yeah.
they didn't manage to capitalize on the whole kids with the microtransactions and making it aesthetically pleasing.
They've
'cause that was
tried to, but yeah, God, it looks terrible. Like they've got so many
Yeah.
mad and wonderful costumes. It doesn't. It's like because
Doesn't fit the
Fortnite's
theme of the
Fortnite's
game.
aesthetics anyway is so colourful and popping and blah blah blah. It kind of works that way. But you try to introduce
Yeah.
weird, colourful things into a war zone that looks realistic. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't fit it. They struggled with that.
Yeah.
They struggled with that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you've still got
it was a
loads
good
of
game.
players, and you find games in like fucking 20 seconds. So there's still lots of people
Yeah.
playing it, which is always good. New maps
Yeah.
up all the time now. They're advertising the new map Rondo, which is the biggest one they've ever made. Still got Erangel in there. They've still got tinier maps as well. They've got like dual planes flying across the map at different locations, so people get dropped off all over the map as opposed to just one direction. They've got blue circle bombs now as well, where you can throw the blue circle at people, and it just like creates a blue circle where they just get damaged permanently in it, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So they've added loads
Yeah.
of cool stuff to it, but yeah, it still looks like
That's
shit.
cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I haven't even gone back to it, but
Yeah,
that and Apex Legends were my jam for a while.
yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But let's get the other introductions out the way of. King, by the way, is on his way. Unfortunately, his wife's car broke down, so he's currently changing a tyre. So he will be here. But it might be a little bit later than scheduled.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
he is on his way.
Okay.
Boxy, how are you doing today, sir? What you been up to? What you been playing?
Doing good. Got some great news today at work, so
Yes.
I'm very happy with that.
What
Best
was it?
news, right? It's
It's
a
about
little
what we
bit more.
talked about.
Yeah, it's the one we talked about.
Ah, that's good. That's
It's
good.
very good.
Appreciate it.
So super happy about that, man. And only got 2 more days of work, and then I'm off for 2 weeks, which is also awesome. So
Amazing.
yeah, doing good. Been playing a lot of Avatar lately. After finishing Final Fantasy 16, by the way, which was fantastic. I really liked that game.
Yeah.
I did not expect it to be that good, honestly. Super fun Final Fantasy game. But yeah, Avatar has kept me busy, and I've been traveling a little bit the last couple of days for work. So I've been playing on the Ally a lot. Been starting almost finished Spirit of the North.
Nice. How long's that
which
game, by
is
the
a
way? Because I've got it installed, ready to play.
I haven't finished it yet, but it feels like I'm very close to it, and I think I'm about 7-8 hours in.
Ah, that's good. That's good. The only reason I downloaded it is because I remember it came up on the which showcase was it? Not too long ago. Came up on one of the showcases anyway. Spirit of the North 2 was the Xbox third-party showcase. Spirit of the North 2,
Yeah.
the Gamepass, and I was like, oh, that looks good. I was like, but I didn't know there was a Spirit of the North 1. And then it dropped to the Gamepass Spirit of the North 1, so I was like, oh, holy shit, there we go. Nice. So, yeah, I've got it downloaded, got it ready to play. It looks like a nice chilled game, to be honest, and I go through these...
It's super chill.
Yeah.
Like,
Is it just a
it's
puzzle game?
basically it's puzzle platformer.
Nice.
Is what I would describe it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a super fun game. Yeah, man, that has kept me busy.
So is it GoesseN after that one then? Is it as your indie game?
Yes,
Good.
already installed and ready to be played.
Nice, nice. I love GoesseN. It was a cool game.
Yeah.
Again, that was only like 6 hours. That was a nice short game as well.
All right.
That was nice. You can elongate it if you want to go for the collectibles and things, but if you just want to shoot straight for the story, then you can just do that.
Yeah, I never go for collectibles. I don't give a shit about achievements or trophies or anything. So.
I know. Oh dear me. Next up, Sean, how are you doing, sir? What you've been up to? What you've been playing? You were actually playing something, or at least were playing something just before we started there. So yeah, what you been up to?
Oh, I'm still playing it. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, which is not something I would have thought I'd enjoy, but my brother gifted it me for Christmas, so I thought it'd be rude not to give it a try. I mean, to be fair, he gifted me Tiny Tina's Wonderland, and I played about 40 minutes of that, and then haven't touched it since. But there you go.
Awesome.
But yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's hard. Mainly because I'm not familiar with these types of games, so I don't know what stats and certain things to do. And I'm dying a lot, and I'm spending a lot of money reviving me people back. Whereas Boxy likes to save scum, as he told me. So I think I'll be doing. I've probably spent over about 1,200 just on bringing my players back.
Yeah, don't do that. The trick with Baldur's Gate 3 is you have to save a lot, and even if you are in one of the harder battles, you can save through the battle. And I highly recommend to do that. Once I started doing that, I enjoyed the game a lot more. And it's actually a phenomenal game. But yeah, you gotta save a lot.
Yeah, I've learned that. I've had a couple of times that I've had to go back half an hour, just like I did a minute ago, because the game kind of glitched out and an enemy was like in an object or under an object or whatever, and he could hit me, but I couldn't hit him, and I couldn't. You get these like runes on walls that you can use for quick travel, and I can't use that until I've killed everybody in the area. But if I can't kill them in the area, I can't leave the area, because I tried that, and then there was like 14 other people to kill, and I wasn't really going to go 14 versus 4. So I thought, I'll just quickly go back to my last save, and that was about half an hour ago. So I've just saved now.
Nice.
But it's all good.
Is that what's been keeping you busy then? Just Baldur's Gate at the minute?
That and work, but I've been asked to apply for a position at work, which I have done. So I've got a second interview probably sometime after Christmas. Nice. But that will give me Monday to Fridays, apart from one Sunday a month where I have to do a stock take.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure you don't mind that stock take day.
I mean, exactly, because I can do up to like 10 days on the bounce. And it's not nice. I'm too old for this shit. Yeah. To be honest with you. It's a young man's game working all the hours I do, so it'd be nice just to get a normal 9-to-5 job.
Yeah. I love the 9-to-5, but then I always fill it then afterwards with everything to do with this shit. So then it doesn't become a 9-to-5 anymore. Although I do enjoy this one more, significantly more. But yeah, it's been good. Yeah. Other than that, I've been playing Avatar quite a bit. I still love it. Like Boxy, I play it in the fidelity mode because it does just dramatically change the quality of the image when you put it on performance. Like you get a few more frames, and it's not even a stable 60. It's a little bit more stable if you've got VRR or FreeSync, G-Sync, etc. But in terms of image quality, it just takes a nosedive, so it's not worth it. So playing it in quality looks absolutely beautiful, and again, consoles still got the ray trace reflections and ray trace global illumination on there, so it does add a few more awesome features. The low distance for shadow rendering is significantly better, and the level of detail significantly further. And it is noticeable. Just the overall quality of the game's just awesome. And I'm just taking it in bite-sized chunks at the minute. I'm not going too much into it. I'm doing like an hour and a half here, an hour and a half there, doing a few missions, picking up some collectibles and stuff like that, and then jumping into something else. But again, shout out to Stu who donated, gifted a copy of Alan Wake 2 to us. So I've got that to play now. I won't be streaming that. I'll just be playing that offline because I've got a ton of games to stream, including Final Fantasy 16, which I'm still cracking on with. Been playing PUBG again, as I've mentioned, which we've been having good fun with. We're still absolutely terrible at the game, but it's good fun. And a bit more Halo. Halo's awesome now. But we're gonna give it its flowers where it's due. It's awesome. I'd still love to see them bring back Warzone into Halo. I think that would be an awesome mode to kind of almost finish off the modes that they need in there. There's probably a couple more you could add into it, but now that they've added Firefight King of the Hill, and then they've got the Halo 3 anniversary kind of playlist permanently in there now as well. Then they've got Infection in there, and they've got a bunch of other modes. I think adding Warzone in there would be awesome. But yeah, there's a few more little things that they could tweak to add in there. Continue with the content and the map rollouts throughout the year. But overall, it's feeling a lot better. There's a lot more to do in the game, multiplayer-wise, now that you can have fun in. And again, the game just feels awesome to play. I don't know, it's one thing that you can take away from that. And Firefight is eventually a nice co-op multiplayer mode you can play with your friends. Stick it on Heroic and have fun. Maybe even bring out a legendary version of Firefight King of the Hill and really ramp up the difficulty on that for more proficient teams that are really good at the game. But yeah, it's been awesome. Have you been playing much of the Halo, guys?
Yeah, I've been playing. I tried a bit of Firefight. I thought it was good. It was a little bit easier. I guess we could ramp up the difficulty, but it was fun. It was like addictive thing, like, you know, it gives you the status you're a demon and blah blah. That voice dopamine release. They've done that really well. And also like the kind of, I haven't done it with friends. I've done it with the randoms, and it was just nice to kind of point score and try to get at the top of the leaderboard, get more kills. They've done that really well. They just imagine this was there day one. Yeah. It's constantly it's in my mind as I play this. And it's a lot of fun. Husky Raider still got me going. Halo 3 maps are great. I also tried a few games on that new playlist that is a network test for the whole new little network system, and it's okay. I'm not sure yet. I need to play a few more games of that, but I hear that network problem also has some issues, like not registering shots if people go behind cover. So I haven't really encountered that. But that Halo BS that I've always dealt with the net code, you know, like especially when you play with Americans. There's something about Halo when you are in the right game, the game just feels right off the bat. And that means, like, in terms of latency, in terms of connection, it's really hard to explain. Sometimes, like, me and my friend on there, we're like, oh, yo, this game is all right. Like, I can feel it. Before you've even got a kill, like, you can tell. Like, it's weird to tell, oh, the first kill, you're like, oh, yeah. The snappiness and lack of a delay in between kills or whatever, like grenade throws, there's loads of things there. This new network thing felt like there may be some promise, but they're testing it out. And that was quite positive for me, that these guys are actually going up, doing the things that the other team, the old team, wasn't even trying to fix melee. They said they couldn't even fix melee. It was just fundamentally broken for ages. And their whole netcode was absolutely crap with desync issues. Still annoyed that it doesn't have a region filter when you go into a game and you're at 130 latency and you're like, oh, it's put us with the Americans again.
Yeah.
But you know, when you get low latency games, it's very different. When it connects and you playing with the people you need to be playing because of latency issues, it's just beautiful. But Halo, as a result of its botched launch or post-launch support, has a ceiling, hits a ceiling in terms of how much it can pull in. The work to pull in even more players gets considerably harder as a result of whatever the legacy of it. We now know that they're not working on single player content at all, which is part of me is like, well, okay, despite its blemishes, the Slip Space engine in terms of scale, I liked it. I liked the kind of the tone of the campaign, like what it looked like aesthetically, not in pure raw aesthetic. So that's a bit of a shame. So when are we going to see the new Halo? Xbox is way evolved beyond Halo now.
Yeah.
It's still Halo for me, man. That's one of my top 3, if not. Well, it was number 1, and I guess it's still number 1, like a Zelda and something else.
I think it's a good thing that Xbox now doesn't have to rely on Halo. It means it can take a step back, it can breathe, it can think about what it needs to do without having the pressure on it. Now that they've got like an absolute boatload of staple franchises within the group, and I'm not just talking about your Halo, Gears, and Forza. I'm talking about now you've potentially got Hellblade if that knocks it out of the park. You've got Call of Duty now as one of them. You have World of Warcraft there. You have Diablo is part of that group. You have like an absolute bunch of these staple IPs coming through. And again, you could have more staple IPs coming forward with a reimagined Fable from Playground that could really reignite the series if they do that well. So it's good that they've got so many big hitters coming that takes the pressure off Halo. Because right now, Halo's everyone like, oh yeah, it's cool, it's really good, etc. But it needs to step back.
It's not just Halo. It's the it has been Forza, Halo, and Gears.
Yeah,
and that story has been out there for way too long. And even if you look at the first 3 years of this gen, basically we had 2 Forza games and a Halo game. Those were the big
and Gears Tactics
hitters. And Gears Tactics, yeah, which was actually awesome.
Yeah.
But in terms of like what carried this gen so far, up until the release of Starfield, it was Forza and Halo. So
yeah, exactly right. But yeah, I'm glad Halo's getting into a better shape. Again, there's the one thing that you have to applaud Xbox at is they will literally, when they've got a game, and regardless how much of a shit position it's in, they will stick by it until it's done and it's ready and it's actually where it should be. If you have a look at Sea of Thieves, that launched like a piece of shit. That was empty, it was dead, there was nothing on it. It played okay, but it was boring as all hell after the first 2 hours. There was nothing to do. And now it's one of the most played multiplayer games on Xbox. It's got an absolute boatload of content. They've just released a PvE section there, so you can just play with your family without getting onboarded and taken over by random people online all the time. So there's a nice free space to like a private servers for people to play on now on Sea of Thieves, so they can chill out on that game. Boatload of story content, mad expansions. Then you have a look at again Halo Infinite, constant evolution there. Even though people hated Redfall and or disliked Redfall because it was just the content or the game wasn't fun, they've still stuck at it. They've added the 60 frames mode, they've added extras left, right, and center. So that's still going, regardless of how we feel about that game. They've still persisted with it. They've consistently looked at Fallout 76. They've consistently looked at Elder Scrolls, even though it's went on board. It's like every game that they've got a multiplayer game with, regardless how shit it launches or how well it launches, they support it until it's in a place where it is doing well. And that's the only thing on the PlayStation side which we can't say the same, which is why I said, personally for me, the whole support of factions, if it were to ever have released, it wouldn't make a difference. If that game had launched, Sony would not have supported that game past the first year if it hadn't hit the marks that it needed to hit. They would have just not. They would have just said, nope, knock it on the head, we're moving on. Because they've done that regardless. If the game doesn't hit it with a Metacritic score, it doesn't hit it with the numbers, they just move on. You've seen that with Days Gone. Now, the Days Gone devs are essentially a Sony Santa Monica support studio, which is just absolutely nuts. Or is it Naughty Dog support studio? It's one of the two. So yeah, it's mad. So you've got to give them props where props are due. They do support their multiplayer games and make sure that they where they need to be at some point. Granted, we want them to be good from the fucking off, but they do stick by them. They do put in this. Just go, no, just sort it, fix it, just do whatever you need to do to get that into place that's actually good.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that about a lot of them. You talk about redemption stories from a lot of people, and you talk about redemption stories from that fucking space game that's just got another mad idea. No Man's Sky. But Xbox does them every other week. They're just like, right, okay, well, this game was absolute dog shit, but we've continued with it up until this point, and now it's fine. And this one, now it's fine. This one, now it's fine.
That's a result of Phil Spencer actually saying that last generation he envied the fact that Sony didn't just give up on IPs that didn't typically perform well at the start. He was talking more about them producing sequels as opposed to gas games.
Yeah.
But still, I'm investing in gas games, in retaining them and the workforce and not giving up has yielded some benefits. I think with Sea of Thieves, Sea of Thieves was rare. That was all Rare, and Rare believed in their vision. And Microsoft are weird with the Rare because Rare are so weird. So it's not like if Rare weren't going to work, they're like just let them do what they're doing because we can't make. We tried to let them do Connect stuff, and okay, fine, that made them some kind of money, but the studio didn't work on it. Didn't want to work on it, and they were getting publicly murked for them not working on their legacy IPs, which they haven't really done. So. That was that. But with Halo Infinite, I think they almost as a point of necessity. I'm sure there was there's some very serious talks about actually canceling the whole thing, but the amount of investment that have gone in Halo Infinite would have been a very difficult call.
Yeah.
But luckily, Pierre Hinze and his team are there. They seem to be doing really well right off the bat, and that puts them 3 for 3 in good stead to handle Halo going forward. But whether or not they can do it in the single player narrative creative space, that's a big question mark, because doing multiplayer, fixing systems and delivering content in multiplayer is different to delivering a story. Where are they going to go with this? People are saying they're going to go have a whole reboot again after having the whole thing about the Endless. Like, that would be a bit
I can't
weird.
see them rebooting it, man. I can't. I just think they just need to get the right person in place to do that. But in Pierre Hinze, who's proven twice now that he's the right man to lead the multiplayer segment of Halo, with Master Chief Collection, he completely fixed that. He revitalized that. He added a bunch of stuff to Master Chief Collection to get it where it's still one of the most played Halos, if not the most played Halo on Steam and on Xbox. People still love going back to that because it's in a really great condition. It's got a bunch of content. And it's the same with Halo Infinite now. He's starting to revitalize that and getting it into where it needs to be. And as you mentioned, even little things like the improved netcode, to as we've seen clips, I think you shared a clip of PC players going, well, this feels Xbox players saying this feels almost like playing on PC with a mouse and keyboard. It's like reactive, like a LAN code, which is awesome. But yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see. But like you say, where will Halo be in a few years' time? I hope they do take a break, like Gears rightfully decided to do. Took a step back and said, no, we're going to take a while. We're going to take this one. We're going to take a while to make the next Gears. And take a break.
We still have the Halo. What was supposed to be a battle royale mode from help me.
I always forget, it was with C. It's not compulsion.
Certain Affinity, exactly.
Certain Affinity, that's it.
Yeah. So and apparently that turned into something bigger. So yeah, maybe we get a spin-off, Halo spin-off or something like that.
Fingers crossed.
A few years down the line. But I do agree. I think it's time for Xbox. Xbox has so many IPs now. Come on, with Bethesda and especially, of course, with ABK and the base 15 Xbox studios that they have. They have so many games in the making. Perfect Dark, State of Decay, Hellblade, Avowed, Fable is coming. You know, all those kind of games, and it's time for other IPs to shine. Let something else rather than Forza and Halo carry Xbox. And so I'm good with Halo taking a break.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like you say, Infinite, multiplayer wise, it's in a good space now. A little bit more content, a couple of more modes, and I think it's good to go for a while. It's good to just need to keep doing decent season passes all the way through, or battle passes, or whatever they're called, and they'll be all right.
Yeah.
But we'll get into 2023 as a whole, because it's been a bit of a mad year. It's been absolutely rammed with games almost from start to finish, not quite the start. January was a bit of a weird one, but we did see something else. But whilst we talk about this, I'm going to put on some Avatar multiplayer gameplay for all of you to watch. So we'll throw that on. Yes. 2023 started a little bit quiet. So I'll roll off a couple of the bigger games as opposed to all of them. Because, of course, there was a lot of smaller titles that released in that month as well. But the biggest releases of January this year was One Piece Odyssey, Persona 4 and Persona 3, which came to Xbox, Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and PS5. Also, Forspoken released this year. And then Hi-Fi Rush. We also got the Dead Space remake in January. Age of Empires 2 made its way to consoles for the first time. And that's pretty much it. We had a bunch of littler games. We had the GoldenEye 007 release on console, on Xbox and Switch. But yeah, that was January. January also brought a new format for Xbox. Which was the Developer Direct, which was a pleasant difference for us. Of course, watching that, it was very streamlined. They dropped Hi-Fi Rush as a surprise, available now game, and it took us all by surprise because that game was absolutely polished to absolute immaculate standards. There was no issues, no bugs. It ran flawlessly. It was 60 frames, 4K, looked beautiful, great story, great combat. Just an overall great game to release, but a little bit of a slow start. But obviously the standouts, I think, from that period was Hi-Fi Rush, the Dead Space remake, and of course, let's say Forspoken. All stood out for different reasons. Gaz, are any of them you want to kind of really highlight and talk about first of all?
No.
Okay, Dutch, with this pacing, we are through this show
Like, no
really
seconds.
quickly. We can go to bed early. I like it.
This Avatar game looks pretty good, actually.
It does.
What do you think?
You haven't
about
played it yet?
Nah, I've got it, but I haven't played it.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Right.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
Honestly, it's a great surprise.
Yeah.
I was thinking to play it. I just want to stick one game at a time, otherwise I'll never get anything done. But yeah, in terms of like the highlights of the year, the games that you mentioned, for Xbox, like the Developer Direct you mentioned, you had Forza and you had Hi-Fi Rush, the surprise, and you had Redfall. When you watched the Redfall thing, I remember saying, "Oh look, the developers look really confident. That they seem like the team's doing really well," and I felt like I was fooled. So it's a bitter pill. And with Forza again, because Redfall was shit, it was actually a horrendous game. And with Forza, it's a bitter pill for me to swallow, because that's when we saw the footage of Forza, of in-game Forza footage.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the Xbox community need to call out 1010 a little bit on.
Yeah,
kind
it's not like Turn 10 to do that, really, is it?
No, I was
something,
very
show
disappointed in
something.
1010.
Yeah.
I was very disappointed in 1010 because before Digital Foundry's even video, I had gone back and I was just like, I started comparing the the big part of, like, one of the parts was when I was playing it. It's beautiful in some places. It's so weird. Like, I don't know. I did not expect 1010 to downgrade like that massively. So like on the same year that they released the game, and there was a substantial one based on like that little element of the vegetation in the corner, and you had the racing cones there, and you had the daylight time of day shift, and then I looked at and I did it in the game myself, and I was like, oh yeah, this is completely gone. And so I associate, like, they were a solid game. I love the game. Like, I love the feeling of the game, which more than I even thought I would like.
Yeah.
Sound design, love the game of that. I thought the AI was really fun, although in comparisons, GT's AI is way better. Which the biggest thing about Forza's AI, like, if you stand stationary, the AI won't even swerve. They'll smash into your car. It's like, all right, that's my argument about AI down the toilet. In race mode, they feel suitably aggressive, but that is a big big slap in the face there. So generally, I'm like, I look at 1010, I was like, oh, okay, we gave you your flowers prematurely. So that's kind of set me up for my attitude going forward when I look at Xbox and the games.
Yeah.
No matter who the studio is, I'm gonna, with the Coalition, we might say Coalition are incredible. We know they're very talented. They're probably Xbox's one of the premier studios. They're going to deliver a great Unreal Engine 5 game. But even then, I'm going to be a bit more cautious in doling out praise based on studio pedigree and what they've done in the past, because I've already been burnt by multiple things. We even saw with Naughty Dog, they were at the top tier and they're just below, say, some people say, I'm the Rockstar, and they can't even deliver a multiplayer game. So it's like the whole notion of CD Projekt Red, we saw it this generation where they delivered The Witcher 3. No one thought CD Projekt Red could miss, and boom, that's what happened. Same thing with Arcane Austin. So nothing is fixed. The only one I would say is perhaps Rockstar, but some of the shit they showed with GTA 6 looks so incredible. Sometimes it's almost too good to be true. So, I'm just mindful, generally, my attitude going forward in this year is be a little bit more cautious what they show. But it has been an incredible year because the sum of the whole of this gaming year has been great.
Yeah.
And the highlights for me are games like Cocoon. Like, Cocoon comes up in my head when I think of 2020. They say, Gaz, what's the best game? Cocoon, Dead Space remake. I wouldn't give it accolades beyond it, but it was a memorable experience. Feeling this remake felt like, oh, this is what the game they wanted to make. Like, their concept art matches the game now. Like, looking at the Ishimura and it realized in this next gen tech, it was really cool. Then it had great games like we've forgotten about Street Fighter. We used to play that. We played that together. And that was fun. That's an incredible fighter. Obviously, as we get older, time doesn't permit us to play that for a serious amount of time to play it online, which is really sad. Like, that's a sad realization. But there's so many good games. And Baldur's Gate, I haven't even tried because I know that's going to be a time sink. I want to try that as well. There's so many good games that I played. Like Alan Wake 2 is great. Armored Core just completely took me by surprise.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed that. I know you and Boxy played it at Gamescom before you have actually played it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you played
exactly.
the hell out of that. And you were playing it well after a lot of people had already fell off that game. I've seen you still playing it, and a lot of people already fell off it.
It's probably because I probably played it a little bit later because we were at Gamescom.
Yeah.
But the reason why it's for longer than anyone else is because been cycling through 50 games, which is really a problem. So I have to go Alan Wake, then I have to do Jedi Survivor. You would have forgotten about that, but that was a great game, just let down by its performance issues. I'm going to go back to that after Alan Wake. Like, that's another incredible game that it gets mentioned. So, like, it's an incredible year, but next year could be even more crazy, notwithstanding even some of the surprises.
Yeah.
Like, we have some really good games coming out. So the industry's like generally the health of it's really good. I feel like Xbox's generation is going to be a lot shorter though. I think you're going to see a console reveal in 2026, 2027.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah, I think so. And I think what's going to happen is for Microsoft to feasibly make a dent in this space, they need to get some mind share. And in order to do that, hardware is one way to propagate it, even though the fact that the games will be cross-gen. They'll definitely be cross-gen. But having that marketing beat and that powerful console and a year at least in advance away from PlayStation allows it to get some breathing space and marketing space. Because that's when, say 2027, you could potentially have your big Bethesda title, the Elder Scrolls. And realistically, I don't know, but maybe even if it's a year later, that's a marketing beat. 2028, we've got Elder Scrolls coming, but 2027 we could have Perfect Dark is miles away. I don't know when that's coming out. That could be a launch title or whatever Rare's working on. Undead Labs, the State of Decay 3 could be a late one. And you remember, Xbox has so many games now, these titles can be further away. That's going to be met with some like critique. Absolutely. It's like, oh, you skipped an entire gen with these games. And I think that's definitely happening. You're going to see that. If we even get a Perfect Dark game, because that game could be cancelled for all we know. We haven't heard nothing about that game. But, they need to get that right. So the way that strategy works is front load that with content. And it looks like with the stuff that they're developing, with a breathing room a little bit, with what ABK affords them, they could release this console a year early, which will mark them in the future comparatively, because if PlayStation will release a significantly more powerful console, which puts them almost like in Dreamcast trajectory. But Microsoft at 7 with ABK is in a whole different kettle of fish. It's not even like Sega. So you'll have a front-loaded, software-heavy launch of a next-gen console that hopefully does something with AI and cloud as well, which I guess that's almost like a given now. So yeah, like that kind of strategy excites me. Something to kind of dislodge the tedium and monotony of generations as well between the two platform holders. So just get these guys to do something different, especially Microsoft, and leverage the power of the cloud, really leverage the power of that cloud and not give us crackdown. So I'm really excited. Like, I think we've got a lot of great games coming. I feel like PlayStation has quite a big challenge. We haven't seen a lot of what their first party studios are doing, but what I see with PlayStation is a company that's scared to take risks. And you saw that with the leaks with Insomniac and stuff. And that, whilst I'm not trying to downplay what they have, it feel like, okay, you're just like, even PlayStation guys were saying it. Oh, Insomniac are the Marvel studio. X-Men is great. Spider-Man, for people, they'll enjoy it, and Wolverine looks decent. No, like some elements of it's like, this is a Sony game, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen quite a bit of the leaks, and I'm just trying to be a dick and console war here. I'm just being honest. Some of it looks solid in its early footage, and obviously it's going to get the bells and whistles, and I'm sure it's going to look lovely. But in terms of mechanically, because I've seen all the controls for it, I've seen everything. My friend's just given me the whole repository of shit. I just can't keep myself away and not look at it. And I've seen quite a lot of gameplay footage as well, and it's like, oh, okay, it's good. You've got the claw stuff there. Why you got melee there, the parry, block, and counter, kind of the rote, kind of almost typical expected game design. And I was hoping in my mind it was slightly different. It was linear, much more bloody, more cinematically delivered with the dismemberment. Now you may still get dismemberment in the final game, but if you see it now, like based on the skeleton of the game, it exposes the design. Here's a cutscene. Here's this like basically Spider-Man sequence with Wolverine as he's running across the wall with the claws. And I'm like, okay, this could be the same thing. You're playing it close. Now, if you're going to ask me, Gaz, which one of these studios is going to deliver something quite unique in the slant of a Marvel IP? Blade, an Arcane Leon, or these guys? I'm going to say Blade. Like even the concept art alone looks like stylistically different.
Yeah.
So and I'm not just being a fanboy, I'm saying that I'm genuinely more excited
No,
now
I
for
was
Blade
the same when I
than I am
seen
for
the leaked gameplay footage. It's not that the game looked bad in its early concept, but like you, with it being an R-rated game, or at least meant to be an R-rated game, I was expected not just blood splatter on the wall. I expected dismemberment. Like he's got
You might get
essentially
it. You might
knives,
get it.
claws for hands.
Disney's
Hopefully.
a bit weird as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, you know what I mean. If you give them the rights to do an R-rated game, like surely that would. If you have a look at Logan, for instance, Logan was bloody as hell. Chopped people's
Logan was
heads off
amazing.
and left, right, and center, and pierced through with massive chunks of wood and things. Like there was loads of blood in Logan. That was the best Wolverine film that there has been, in my opinion. I thought it was an absolutely brilliant film.
Yeah, it's the best Wolverine film by far, by far.
But that's the
they're
kind
doing
of
X-Men as well.
that's the kind of brutalness though you want in the Wolverine game. You need it brutal. You
Yeah.
need it more like visceral. And that's what I'm looking forward to. And again, thankfully, this is just early footage. But in terms of its gameplay,
you have to say that.
its flow, it does look like kind of still very similar to the Spider-Man kind of basics that they've already got there. So,
Which is probably fine for most people.
yeah.
I feel like you have to ask, like look at the controls and then look at the boss set pieces and just the combat patterns and the boss patterns, and I was just like, it's not exactly the most creative game. And comic book stands will love it if it delivers certain comic books like moments or suits or moves or characters come in and just start masturbating to that shit, and just I love that kind of like going to pandering sounds like I'm criticizing it, but just kind of pandering to those comic book tropes
sticking too close to the law.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, playing it almost feels like a little bit it's good, I guess, but it feels like a bit of a cheap card to play. It's Mr. X. I don't know why I'm just I just want a little bit more ingenuity with Blade. I hope we get something that's more stylized, because Blade is cool. And in France, they already look off the bat. Why is it in Paris? Like that's cool. That's different. Oh, it's stylized. Like it almost reminds you of Sifu with some of the concept art. Obviously, concept art. Big disclaimer, but okay. And then even the concept art looked really nice and quite inventive. I have more faith in Arcane delivering something more inventive based on their past pedigree than say Insomniac.
Well, this is my issue, guys, with the Insomniac leaks. For me personally, anyway, is it isn't what they're slated to deliver. It's the fact that they're slated to deliver 6 of these titles in 8 years, which means that personally, to me, the creativity of these games and how these games stand out from one another will be significantly diminished because they haven't got a big enough gap between them in order to do something really inventive with the series. Like if you're just doing X-Men and then like a year and a half later you do another X-Men and a year and a half later another, there is not enough of a gap in between the development cycle, and everybody's been crying out about Call of Duty for years, releasing every year and not doing anything different. And all of a sudden now Insomniac is slated to do 6 AAA Marvel titles in 8 years, and people are thinking it's going to turn out differently. Like we've seen this go down before. If you're working on the same thing over and over again, like literally 1 year, then the next year, then the next year, then the next year, and you're just releasing Marvel title after Marvel title, the base of what they're creating is not going to significantly change from one title to the other. There isn't a big enough gap there to do something creatively different that's going to really push the series forward. It's just going to be the same thing. We saw that with Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man, the first one, across PlayStation 4 and 5, 33 million units. Spider-Man 2 so far, 5 million units. I'm sure at this point in Spider-Man 1's life cycle, it was already close to the 10 to 12 million units sold. So there's already a significant falling off. And I don't know whether or not that's because of there's not a substantial difference between the two, or whether or not people are just marveled out at the second. Like, and this isn't just to do with Insomniac. This is just in general. Marvel the last 2 years has been stale. Like what they've been putting out in general has knocked people off Marvel in a whole more than it has been before. It's got nothing to do with Insomniac. It's just the fact that, yes, there are Marvel fans, but those Marvel fans the last 2 years have been stung by the fact that Disney's been putting out below par content, which is kind of knocked on to what people are looking forward to when it comes to the games. So hopefully they do something a little bit more inventive with Wolverine when it releases. Hopefully we see something really inventive when it comes to Blade when that releases. But I think Marvel as a whole, in terms of its own fan base, needs to really change a little bit in order to get its core fans looking forward to the, should we say, the game space again. I think that's a part of it that I think people are overlooking as well. I think when Marvel in itself is doing well, these games will do well. When Marvel in itself has took a knock and people are just like, you know what it is, I'm sick of this. Like every time they put something out, it's just same old, same old. The stories are always the same. The characters are always the same. Boring. Nothing changes. The CGI is terrible. Blah blah blah. And then they just overlook the games that are releasing. Spider-Man 2 wasn't advertised any less than Spider-Man 1, but it's not played off as much. And that's not because it's a bad game. Here he is. Here he is. He's coming in to rock up the place. Hello there, sir.
Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
What are you saying, bro?
Oh my God. Oh, I still even have my hat on. Oh my God. Oh my God. My wife blew a tire. So something crazy. I had to. It's just been a day. It's been a day. It's been a financial day.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. It's been a financial day because once you go in to find one thing, you got to do a whole lot of other things. So it's one thing that went to one thing that happened to something else. But the best thing is, all praises due to God. Everybody's safe.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah.
Because nobody's life is worth. I don't care what money is. It's just not worth it.
Yep. So. Agreed. How are you doing there, King? How are you doing, sir? What you been up to?
I'm doing better than Sony. Oh, yo, listen. So I get the whole 1 terabit leak. Yes, right. I could have sold it for $2 million, but yeah, everybody else got it, so it don't matter. But yeah, I got a couple of things that's really nice that. When you read over it, you like, man, you don't know how much distress that these dudes are and how truly delusional the fan base is in thinking that Sony even gives a damn, right? I've noticed, right? Okay, so the mentality that they want to do to the fan base is charge them $100 per game. That's the max cap that they're looking at, right? And I have a thing that's a strategy in fooling the consumer into paying the maximum amount of dollar for the product. And I'm like, damn, really? So I said, if they're doing this, I wonder if Microsoft is doing the same thing. Should something leak like this? It's because if you think about it, the Grand Theft Auto guy is talking about he wants us to pay per minute or hour for game consumption, because if we go to the movies, if you do it like what is it, like $25 a ticket in the maximum premium experience, and you only get 2 hours of viewing pleasure and you don't get a chance to take that with you.
Yeah.
But with video games, we spend $70, but the untold hours that we get a chance to play is thousands. You got thousands of hours in playing, and we saw the metrics when people put out how much games they played and how much time they played on it, right? They're trying to monetize that. Sony is in cahoots with that. Thank God Bobby Kotick is out, right? So he's no longer a virus that's over there that's perpetrating that madness. But I believe as a whole, as an industry whole, Sony is just the viewpoint and exactly what they want to do to us as consumers. And I don't think it's just an isolated incident with just them and just this guy. I believe as a whole, as an industry whole, they're trying to funnel us in a way that's going to have us pay average $100 per game.
Yeah.
And that's kind of scary. And we think Microsoft is mitigating it by putting us in Game Pass. But if you think about it, if you're in Game Pass at Ultimate and you want to be at Ultimate because you get cloud, you get all that other stuff, everybody wants to be the best, right? You're the best. Nobody wants to go get core. You go get Ultimate, you're paying $16 a month. Pay that over 10 years. What does that really average out? And if they drop at least in that 10 years, 10 first tier games at $70.
Yeah.
That price, you'll be better off buying the games than being inside Game Pass. Because literally you're spending, I know Gaz is probably doing the math right now.
No.
he's not, but
that's not my strong suit.
the math is ridiculous at the price. I gotta figure it out myself because I know that they're winning by having Game Pass, and everybody thinks Game Pass is really good for the consumer. In a sense, is more beneficial to Microsoft than the actual consumer.
I agree with you. I think that this idea of the lack of sustainability, in fact, it was so Insomniac's leaks that made me question the sustainability of Sony's model in terms of the fact that they're gagging to increase the price. And I know why they're gagging to increase the price now, because look at the development budgets of these games. They're fucking
ridiculous,
astronomical.
But look at the royalties from Marvel Disney that is forcing Sony to do what they have to do.
Exactly. So that now Insomniac are mandated as a result of their prerequisite. Microsoft maybe will just swallow it, or they'll have a lower threshold because the price that they paid
Microsoft
for
will
the
have
deal.
different targets, whereas Sony have got targets for selling games. Microsoft will have targets for user engagement.
Engagement, absolutely. And Microsoft may have paid a penny just to get them to do that, or drop their standards as well. But a lot of people are like, oh, Microsoft's game Blade's going to be multi-platform. They can't hit these thresholds. But you're assuming the deal is the same. It doesn't make any sense.
It's not the same.
Why would it be? It makes no sense. There's a different company with different model entirely. Like you said, engagement. So
but also Sony's a rival to Disney. So you gotta,
that's a great point as well. That's a great point.
So you gotta
Sony
look
being
at
a rival.
Right.
Has that massive ramifications in terms of the manner in which they approach the deal on the table.
And remember what Sony did to Disney with lending them Spider-Man for the movie. Remember Sony strong-armed Disney and getting Tom Holland over there and how they was using the deal around it, and they actually squeezed the hell out of Disney, Marvel, to get Spider-Man over there. So of course they were going to be a little bit vindictive when it came to the royalties. Oh, you want to use Spider-Man in the game? Well, hello there, baby.
Absolutely. People may mock that and say, "Oh, that's all fanciful thinking," but in terms of real realities of business. Business conduct and how these meetings pan out, you don't just gloss over the history and legacy of these deals and what happened before. Microsoft is entering into this with more, fresh, goodwill, cleaner slate.
They don't look at Microsoft as a threat in the movie industry, right?
No, they're not even in there, so
exactly.
It's fine.
Unless they get Paramount, like I heard. Then that changes everything. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great point, and it really kind of speaks to how much this leak was astronomical anyway, but it kind of did a lot of damage. A lot of people were running with the wild. They were en masse. The ponies were saying these slides are fake. That there's no way that the slides I'm talking about is their assessment of Microsoft ABK and how detrimental and how challenging that would be for them. And then immediately off the bat, we know that that is part of the leaking bundle, and everyone had to kind of crow in their face. But ultimately, but it's true. But they're shook. That evil laugh. But they're shook, and they have every good reason to be shook because it's a paradigm shift in the industry for the reasons they mentioned. Just read their bullet points.
But guys, no, they just sold 50 million to consumers. No consumers turned on the machines, but they just sold 50 million. I mean, they're doing good, even though none of their games make money and nobody buys any games.
That's exaggerated.
I mean, Baldur Gate was taken exclusive, but nobody brought it over there, and everybody's buying it on Xbox. But guys, I mean, come on, man. Guys, they're winning. They got AAA first-party titles that are incredible, but nobody's buying anything, though. What's happening here?
Well, you see, the short term is they are actually winning. The reality is that the console is probably selling better than PlayStation themselves actually estimate, because they're really doing really well with the PS5 console.
What? It's selling like hotcakes.
It is. It is selling like hotcakes. The problem
Wasn't it just
is,
today when they announced 50
50
million?
million is absolutely
Yeah.
incredible threshold.
That's crazy.
That's mad. That's
And
mad.
half of them is not turned on. What the hell is happening? I think everybody's waiting for Christmas, right?
maybe.
Since
But
last
I know
Christmas.
it's sold massively here, sold massively in the UK for the Christmas bundles, madly, all sold out everywhere. But the thing is, that's the hardware front. This battle is fought on two fronts, and the software front is where it's really key. And that's where things are changing. And then the model that PlayStation's, for the development of just Insomniac's games alone, they're eye-watering. And what that means is Sony cannot afford to take risks with their IPs. So you're now looking at a creatively stifled, potentially, set of studios who have to play it safe as a result of the spiraling development costs. Whereas with Game Pass, now the thing that the ponies made fun of Game Pass for, say Game Pass fodder or quality or diminished quality as a result of the model, to me is a better model, because what you're not going to get, when you look at Xbox's roadmap, look how diverse the games are. This model that ponies said would be relegated to gas, to squeeze, maximum squeeze. Most of the titles are not even gas. They're like single player games. And
we give them the gas titles.
Yeah, which Xbox might end up doing, giving them a couple of gas titles, by the way.
All of them. Give it to them all.
Not Halo. But
don't wait. Aren't they? No, PlayStation took the browser off of the
PS5.
PlayStation 5,
Yeah.
so
I
you
think
can't play
you'll see some
Halo
Xbox,
free to play on Steam through the browser. Okay,
Yeah.
they did that.
they did do that, but then they
I
can
wonder why
do-
they still lead the most watch hours on
Pornhub.
Pornhub,
I
though.
know.
They find a way. Where there's a will, there a way. Bro, ponies are used to single player experiences. They know how to do that.
But
Find a way.
what I think Boxing Burger is, they did so much overtime in hours on Pornhub that that it rolled over. They got rollover minutes.
Those PSVR headsets are getting good use out of them, that's for sure.
Oh, man.
Damn, that's what I think about VR for me. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it's good to look at numbers quite strictly, like on the face of it. But there's definitely a challenge, a business challenge to Sony, despite the fact that it's doing really well. I'm not saying
the problem I have with that is this, right? And as a businessman, you got to really start to think about working harder and working smarter.
Yeah.
And it behooves the large corporation that is across the street from another corporation, and they have tons of traffic going in and out, and they're making money hand over fist, and you see them cars churning in and churning out, right? It's how I feel about Honda versus Lamborghini.
Yeah.
You only see 2 or 3 customers go inside Lamborghini a month.
Mm-hmm.
But the Hondas, they keep flying off the shelves. They can't keep them in stock. They're going out of stock. Them Hondas, they sold 50 million. It's something crazy. But at the end of the day, the Lamborghini still makes the same amount of money as Hondas. So we got to look at revenue versus profit. And this is the problem. The ponies keep talking about these old metrics, these numbers that's not keeping the business afloat. If you're looking at it, Sony's dancing in the red. They're playing. One day they hot, one day they not. One day they hot, one day they not. And Microsoft, everybody's hot. It's fine. Oh, we sold 2 more Lamborghinis. That's good for the month. Oh, and Sony yells out, oh, we sold 50 million. We still got to cut. Shout out to Ben Studio. I know that hurt. I know that hurt. I know that hurt. Listen, I got so much paperwork on you guys. Y'all not going to like me for a couple of months.
Oh, what is Insomniac, I mean?
For a couple of months. I got so much paperwork. And I'm talking to the Sony dudes because they're watching. They're watching. They're like, oh, King David is going to be on there. Oh, he's not going to show up. We put the bomb in his car. No, you didn't. It didn't work. I'm here and it's going to go down. But I got so much to talk about with leak stuff and stuff that's going on over there that I can understand why they're fearful with the ABK deal on 2 fronts. First, just the mobile store from Microsoft, where they're actively starting the mobile store, right? They already have Battle.net, and Battle.net already puts them in position with a storefront and everything up and running with existing customers, and they're able to churn out that stuff. They're going directly at Google Play and the Apple Store. Those 2 are their biggest competitors. And with the games that they're launching now, with World of Warcraft, that mobile game, Candy Crush, Warzone, and a couple of the top 5 apps that are in the mobile space, they actually get revenue from now. That's an added boost to the Xbox. And you got to say Microsoft Xbox now because it's no longer Xbox Solo. It's Microsoft Xbox. You say Sony PlayStation, this is Microsoft Xbox now.
Mm-hmm.
That boosts their bottom line. I cannot wait to see the financials on this first quarter period because that's going to encompass the whole Call of Duty, which I heard was a failure, but is outsold Tears of the Kingdom so far now, as far as lifetime sales in both. And Tears of the Kingdom's been out since early in the year. This is something that they dreaded happening.
Yep.
And if you thought that Call of Duty funded their AAA titles, imagine what the hell it's going to do for Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That part is the scary part. And that's why they were over there saying if this deal goes through, we're done. Because they're going to leapfrog the pillars. That's what they said, leapfrog the pillars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The wording there is not lazy wording. It's quite the leapfrogging depends on execution, but Microsoft has changed the paradigm with ABK. I think we're going to really see. Obviously, haven't seen anything yet. Well, we have. Like, soon it's going to overshoot it in revenue, and that's going to be good console ammo for me and King.
Yeah.
And then you're going to start seeing when those games come in. You know, like the mindshare element of it is really important because PlayStation is. I underestimated, and I think Sony underestimated the power of their mindshare and their consoles. I think with PlayStation 4, she just said, we don't know why it's selling like mad.
I do. I can tell you.
Why?
I can tell you why they was selling like mad.
Go on.
They were about to die.
Oh, Sony were about to die.
Yeah, they were literally about to. Okay, Microsoft really messed up. Going into that mixed messaging, Donnie had a layup. The 360 into the Xbox One, that was really a layup. You putting a Kinect in a box, that was a fail. You having mixed messaging about DRM, that was a fail. You talking about TV, that was a fail. Those 3 things right there pushed everybody towards Sony. Microsoft had more games in the beginning of that generation than Sony did. Sony relied on word of mouth, brand loyalty, and the fact that you knew later on that console will have good games coming. And then when God of War hit, it became an avalanche because that was the metrics of Digital Foundry telling you these games is running compatibilely. These games is running at 1080p while Microsoft is running sub 900p. And that's when we started worrying about what pixel counts were and what was going on, and frame rates were. That's how Digital Foundry built their bones. They built their bones off the back of the PlayStation, and then you already know media is going to carry them through, because a lot of the media at that period of time, their first consoles is either a PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3. Their best memories is either PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3. And anybody long in the tooth didn't count Nintendo, because they felt that the Wii U was a failure. So everybody gravitated towards there. And if you had Call of Duty, they brought the Call of Duty marketing rights. They were the home of Call of Duty. That changed everything. That swung the whole ballot right there.
Absolutely. We forget about the COD deal. But yeah,
That's
no,
the
really
huge
did.
thing. That shit is done.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. I mean, that was just a wash for Xbox. And it was, in a way, in looking back, it was actually needed. It was necessary, because Microsoft was on like a paltry number of studios with Gears, Halo, and Forza. It needed a kick in the backside to give us what we have today. Like, it was just insane. You look at that list of studios; it's ridiculous.
They needed the drubbing, just like
Yeah,
you said.
absolutely.
They needed to get their teeth knocked in and slam down the block. But they also needed Phil to say, enough of getting these third-party deals when we don't own anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And Microsoft did that was the prerequisite to the acquisition of ZeniMax and Bethesda, because they couldn't do it. So PlayStation had irresponsibly, in their massive, like, money hungry, like, just hunger and just greed, had just woken up the giant, and now they're invested in a way that you've never seen them before. So now the narrative isn't shifting on Microsoft's going away. Now it's like Microsoft's going third party. Now it's like third party, because after a $70 billion investment. But the homogenization of this industry is going to, I think it's going to fuse together. Ultimately, this idea of platforms and hardware will, in a couple of gens, you don't think there's a PlayStation 6 even.
No, it's not going to be a PlayStation 6. I mean, you saw
the confidence with which you say it.
You saw all the paperwork, yes or no? I mean,
Yes,
was you okay? So you got a chance to see everything, though. You saw everything, right?
Yeah, not in massive detail, but I saw everything. I've got the whole thing.
Okay, so you got the whole thing. All right. So when you get a chance to really fully digest it, you have to look at it in the perspective of a company in their whole. And I want to say this to all PlayStation guys. The only limitation to PlayStation is the hardware. That is the only limiting factor of the console. And let me explain why. They built this walled garden where if you don't, and they did something else that is not consumer friendly, where if you don't purchase here, you can't purchase anywhere. In some places, you can't get game keys for PlayStation products unless you go through the PlayStation store.
Yeah.
All right? That in itself is a monopoly.
Yeah.
Now they turned around and said that you cannot sell your physical property that you've purchased because that's against their user bylaws, right? Which actually, in their terms, it's like a felony, a digital felony. So they're prospectively just cut out GameStop and any place else that buys back PlayStation 5 games. Now that's anti-consumer on any fronts. So when they showed you before that video where, here's a game. No, technically you can't do that crap no more, right? Because technically that's against the rules. And y'all all don't look at the user agreements, but y'all keep clicking yes. Now, let's say you freedom of that. Y'all say they're first party AAA bangers. What's the problem with having it accessible everywhere? Where, because you looked at the Steam numbers, and the fact that they don't launch day and day on Steam actually hurts them in the long run, opposed to helps them. If they launch day and date on Steam, they launch day and date on Xbox, they launch day and date on Nintendo, they make triple the money they would normally make just launching in one space, and they won't be in the red. So you should be championing them becoming an app, because their games are probably the most desirable out of all the big three.
well, debatable. But in terms of
I know
like,
Nintendo is definitely
Nintendo,
you
yeah, I
know,
was gonna say
dope,
Nintendo
yeah.
is slightly different. But I was gonna say by that stretch, would you then be okay for Microsoft doing the same? They'll get their 3 lots of
But
money.
Microsoft doesn't have games that you want.
That's a scathing remark on the Microsoft Xbox. You just smirk yourself there.
No, I'm just using pony logic. I'm just using pony logic in an argument, right? And pony logic in an argument is there's nothing worthwhile playing over there. Good.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Now, let's take everything that's worthwhile about you and make it available everywhere.
Mm.
Takes away the barrier, takes away the problem. Sells on Steam, sells on Xbox, sells to everybody.
But
Everybody
what about
gets
your
it.
narrative? Your narrative is that Xbox games are good. And based on everything you've said, Xbox should be that way.
Listen, I just said Microsoft's ecosystem is better. Right? Didn't I say that? I've always said I've liked the way that Microsoft's ecosystem is a far superior business model than Sony's business model. And it has proven itself over the test of time. Because it allows them to do things that Sony is not flexible in doing so. And don't tell me about Microsoft money versus Sony money. That's their goddamn problem, not my problem. If you're a big company and you own movie studios and you're not taking that movie money and investing it back into your smaller properties, that's your problem, not mine. But Microsoft takes Windows money and funds Xbox. Why? Because they understand the potential of the machine. Like you just said, Sony doesn't even know why the PlayStation is selling. Shouldn't you have people on staff to try to figure that part out? Shouldn't you have people on staff?
It's a good problem to have. Like,
it's a great problem to have until hardware is no longer necessary.
But you're kind of calling for their demise because if they don't know why the console is selling and that's front and center of their business, and they go ahead and focus on software going everywhere,
right?
And they've completely chopped off their own foot.
They was losing money in hardware for a long time. They just became profitable in hardware just recently. Right? So mitigate all the research and development. Take all that money that you don't need to do that anymore. You can cut that division and you can save money. Then you can buy more studios and make more AAA bangers. You can actually invest more in software and don't have to worry about shipping hardware all over the world. You don't have to do that anymore. All you have to do is develop a great pipeline in order to get your services up and running. If they really cared about their services, they would have invested more in PlayStation Now and PlayStation Plus and get that out there. Put their movies and bundle it just like they just did. Make it a more robust service. They have some of the best properties, some of the best movies, but why is their service the worst? That's the biggest problem. And if they're focusing too much on hardware, this is why TV left them behind. This is why nobody cares to buy a Bavia and everybody cares to buy an LG or everybody cares to buy a Samsung. Remember when the Walkman was hot? Until it's not.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
doing the same thing all over again, looking for different results. And just because something is hot today, this is why I love when Peter Moore was on. When something is hot, that's when you blow it up. Because you have to introduce chaos to the situation in order for dynamic change to happen. Microsoft had to introduce chaos to a situation to introduce dynamic change. Dynamic change isn't happening over at Sony. That's why all the games look like over-the-shoulder, story-driven narrative games that's cookie cutter. And when that is no longer it, what happens then?
Bro, we saw that this generation with the gas pivot. Like, they're desperate to make that pivot last minute, and now they're struggling to reconcile with that.
See,
it's an
I've said this
existential
from the start, though, guys. Like, I always had an issue with Sony trying to pivot to gas because Sony as a company don't have the patience to deal with gas games.
We know that now.
Well, they don't have the patience in general.
They didn't even get the first one out the door before they canceled 6.
Yeah.
But they're just, in general, with their games, they just don't have patience. Like, we've seen that with multiple games. If it doesn't hit a certain metric, it's gone. Like, it's it. You just don't, we're not talking about it anymore. It's out of it. We don't have patience for it.
But Dutch, even if that game hits the metric, and shout out to Ben Studios, because I thought your game was really fantastic. I thought your game was really good. Your game sold as much as Horizon.
Yep.
But how come is that studio being relegated to being Naughty Dog North? You understand? It turns into the way that the company is structured and the way the leadership was running it favored who they liked, opposed to if it's about the numbers. If it's about the numbers, then we would be getting what was that game that Ben Studios made? We would be getting
Days
a part
Gone.
2. Yeah, we would be getting a Days Gone 2. I think it earned it,
Yeah.
right? But we don't. We get Horizon. We get a Horizon in VR. We could have got a Days Gone in VR. Could you imagine a zombie game in VR for them?
Mhm.
It could have hit. But if they don't believe in properties, it's because of whatever narrative is being told in the background. And this is why execs leave and company heads move. This is why those things happen.
I think one of the general problems with Sony is that is how I look at it. Why they are so weird in their behavior in the last years is I'm not really sure about the whole console point you made. There will be a PS6. However, the problem is for them.
You'll either be a messiah or you'll brush off.
Yeah. The problem is they only have the console as the
You
business.
get away with it. You're like,
Yeah.
I was ahead of my prophecy. That's all. Just by a
No,
couple of years.
it's not gonna happen, and it's gonna be so funny when it goes down that way because I see it. Listen, I understand sometimes this stuff is hard to fathom, right? and I get it. I know what will precipitate it and what would make it true. The PlayStation 5 Pro would make it true. If they go ahead with that console, which they don't need it now at all, do not need it at all. Because by every metric, the PlayStation 5 is winning, yes?
Yeah.
Keep it going, yes? Just make games, keep it going. Don't tie yourself to a hardware that you will be leapfrogged by the Xbox releasing a year later or 2 years later. Don't do it because you're going to tie yourself to a position where now you can't move. Now you have to support this product. Because if you happen to cut that product there, they can't come out the next year. They will have to wait at least 2 years in order to release the new product. If I'm wrong, please tell me. If you think they can release a PlayStation 6 right after they release the PlayStation 5 Pro.
They'll be committed at least, I would say, by 2 years to 3 years.
No,
That part.
definitely. The problem with them release, they don't have any diversification in their business strategy.
Yes.
That's why they can't afford to not do a next console, honestly, because they cut off both of their legs at the same time if they do that. What Microsoft has done over the years is diversify their business. And yeah, console gamers have been criticizing them for doing that because they lost focus on the console. They've also focused on PC. They focus on cloud. They are moving over now to mobile. But if any of those fail, they still have that, fallback plan where, okay, if the console fails, we still have PC, we have cloud, we have mobile. If mobile fails, we have all the other stuff and so on. And that's what Sony is lacking. That's why it is so hard for them to take risks. Microsoft can afford that. They can afford to take risks because if they fail, they still have enough other things where they can make money off. And that is what is lacking over at Sony. That's why they do so hard or struggle so hard with games as a service, because if they fail, they don't have that fallback net. It's just not there. Yeah. So everything that they do has to be a success.
There's more pressures on them to hit successes than Microsoft can withstand more failures, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's why Halo Infinite gets all the support, despite the fact that numbers had dwindled after launch. Then they brought it back up and boom, say a Sea of Thieves, same story. Forza, you'll see the same thing. As numbers are dwindling now, but as the support comes, you'll see that.
The thing with that is those games were slated as 10-year projects. They have the fortitude to withstand anything, and they understood that, okay, there's going to be a hard pivot. There's going to be a drop-off. There's going to be a dearth in consumption of material for the games. What we have to do is be able to withstand that, and we do have a roadmap in getting these things out. And
Yeah.
if you looked at Forza from the initial release has had steady updates and stuff releasing onto the main product, tracks, skins, everything. So that stuff over a period of time will grow. It's not the same idea as Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo came out. It wasn't a game of service. It was a game. It was a complete product that it was supposed to be. They added the VR later. And I know you're going to say, Gaz, this should be a game of service. No, it's a game that they will add DLC to later on, little bit by little bit. But Forza, the reason why it's not a numbered Forza, because this is a Forza that is supposed to last 10 to something years. All right.
The campaign was designed that way.
Yeah, the same thing. Because I mean, we talked to the studio. Yeah, and this game would morph over a period of time. Gran Turismo, you're going to get another Gran Turismo. That's going to happen, and it's going to be a numbered Gran Turismo.
I think GT's become gas by whether it was intentional or not. It's a pretty valiant gas, and it's being supported with gas and with some really instrumental additions to AI, to fundamental things that it's doing gas stuff. It's a gas game, whether or not they intended to do it. It's PlayStation's best, most successful gas game. But that's a outlier, and also as much as people will cry about this statement, it's a racer.
But you do know there's a cutoff date for support for that game.
Even gas has cutoff. Halo has a cutoff. Halo's cutoff of Halo Infinite's cutoff will be the next Halo game, which we know will by virtue of its campaign coming in will be in the works, and that'll be. I expect the multiplayer to replace that. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
The reason why I would say no to that is because they specifically separated them. The game of service itself is the multiplayer.
Maybe you're right, because if they have that battle royale and then they have a Halo Infinite to plug that in, then the campaign doing it, then absolutely it could go that way. Because how would you reconcile a battle royale from Certain Affinity and a Halo campaign and all the inroads they've done to Halo Infinite? Absolutely, you could be right there in terms of Halo Infinite. Yeah,
I believe the reason why they had so much strife inside the company, inside 343, was because of the whole internal struggle with, listen, we have a single player campaign and it should have this. Well, we have a multiplayer and we want this. And we have the budget for this. And this budget is supposed to last for this amount of period of time. Well, this budget ain't for you. This budget is for us. And when they separated that and those heads and those people were removed and people understood exactly where they wanted to go, the game of service portion is the multiplayer, and the single player, to my detriment, isn't being supported to the maximum where I think it should be. I was promised more story content on regular intervals, and that hasn't been lived up to. And that's something that I will hold Microsoft feet to the fire for, but they did, to my benefit, give me the story campaign and everything first, and told Forge and everything, we get to y'all later. So I got to respect what they're going to do next with that. I do hope they do revisit that, like they fix the multiplayer and their game of service like that. That's good for them. But for me, that doesn't work for me. I want more Halo story. I want to know what happened to Spartan Locke. I want to know what's going on with this stuff. So that stuff needs to be talked about. That's what I'm looking for.
The scope there is massive for Halo's story scope with myriad of stories. Only way you could actually do the lore justice is that good. So we might actually see that. And I was really in favor of different studios taking on bits of Halo and realizing that, but I don't think that's happening.
Like a novel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? But yeah, let's see. Gents, I actually have to go. I'm really sorry. This is quite sudden. But yeah, please excuse me. I'm sure King...
I'm glad I got a chance to be with you for the second time, man.
Thank you. Thank you, boys. Well, I love you guys. Take care, man. Peace.
Love you too, man.
Peace.
Take care, guys.
And before we jump, I'm going to switch back over to 4-person, actually. I hope that's 4-person. Yes, it is. Sweet. Before we get into the actual other topics outside of Sony leaks, let's get into some super chats. First of all, from Jack82, $4.99. He says, if it's like if a scalper buys 35 PlayStation 5s, you sold that to one person, he's going to sell it to those 35 people over 40 million unsold and 3.6 FF16. I'm not quite sure what that means. You might have to elaborate on that in the chat. Games Lord says, get it to your head. Whatever money manufacturers might lose on consoles, they make up for by selling console accessories like multiple game pads and such. And then Lau Shimazaki, apologies for butchering your name there, with the 1,000 Japanese yen. He says, I'm just happy with the Switch 2 will be the last nail in the coffin with PlayStation in Japan. Not many are thinking of the next Switch being even a consideration between Xbox and PlayStation. We know the Switch 2 is going to do numbers in Japan. We know the Switch does numbers anyway. That is the king of the market, Nintendo.
Yep.
They do what they do, and they are very successful at doing it. They sell, like, if not a 1 in 4, they sell 1 in 2 when it comes to units sold per game per console. And none of the other consoles come even close. Not even close.
No, not even close. I don't, and that's the part that I don't understand. For as good as Sony's software is, how come it doesn't sold at least 1-to-1 with them? There's no game that has sold 1-to-1 with the console.
Nope.
You know, like a Zelda did. That Zelda with the first Switch was ridiculous.
Didn't it have like something like 108% attachment rate?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
So it's people with 2 or 3 games.
Yes,
I mean,
like
there are
ridiculous.
There are two factors. The first is nobody buys the Switch to play third-party games because the third-party game support is bad, obviously. So yeah, you buy the Switch to buy Nintendo games. Obviously, that makes the attachment rate a lot higher. And then, of course, a lot of PlayStations are bought by a lot of casuals that play, you know, the Fortnite, the Roblox, and the Minecraft.
Orn.
And Pornhub. But yeah, hence you have obviously a smaller attachment rate.
Right.
You see the similar on Xbox, of course. Yeah.
But see, that's why Xbox diversified their portfolio with making it available in multiple areas. Like right now, you don't even need a console to play on the MetaQuest on Oculus. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and Jack's kind of elaborated a little bit more there. He just said 40 million consoles sold and Final Fantasy 16 sold 3.6 million copies. The math isn't adding up. Well, to be fair, I mean the same really goes to Spidey 2. Spidey 2's done 5 million and it's got over 40 million consoles sold. But FF16's the same.
50, 50.
Yeah. So, I mean, the actual attachment rate 1 in 10 or less for the exclusives. But we've been telling them this all along. It's like Sony isn't actually, we have it for an exclusive platform. But PlayStation as a whole is a casual platform. It's the platform that everybody just knows. Everybody knows PlayStation. Yeah. If you ask most people, they'll just rattle off PlayStation as the console to go to, because that's a household name. It's nothing more than that. If they looked into it, if they spent time with other platforms, etc., then they might switch platforms. The problem is it's so ingrained right now. This is Xbox's issue, and what Phil Spencer alluded to. He said, we can't win the console thing. And the reason we can't win the console thing is because people are already ingrained in what they have. It's not a case of winning mindshare. We might win some mindshare here and there, but it's not going to be enough to sway 100 million people to come over to Xbox. The problem is it's so ingrained right now, so we have to be diversified. We have to look at PC and mobile and cloud, because that's a different market that hasn't been attacked. That hasn't been won over by PlayStation and Nintendo. Like cloud PC specifically and mobile hasn't been attacked by the big console competitors. So that's why we're targeting those avenues as well as just console.
Well, they face other competitors there, right?
Exactly.
PC is Steam.
Yeah.
PC is owned by Steam. And if you look over at mobile, it'll be very, very hard to take on the Apple Store, Google Store.
Google, yeah.
Yeah.
The good thing
even with the likes
simply different players. I think that one of the key things about this diversification is not just about being on other platforms and having different, like I elaborated earlier, like different fallback nets. If one fails, you have still the others. It's also about diversification of your revenue stream. We all know that it costs a lot of money to make games, whether it's PC games, console games, or mobile games. It's a lot of money. You have to invest over many years.
Yeah.
Many years. And that money is expensive. It's not just the actual, money you have to pay for your staff and inventory and whatnot, equipment, but it is also somebody has to give you that money, and loaning money in those areas is simply super expensive. And with the approach that Microsoft takes, they don't rely on getting money from the bank. You could argue, okay, they have the big mother company in the background, which has like shitload of money on the side, but that money is not lying around in the bank account. Yeah.
Well, what has to happen with $1 trillion companies is they have to continuously reinvest. So that is like a revolving door. So, but the fact that they're taking on Google and the Apple Store, and this is where I thought that you had to look at before they even went to the ABK deal. They already had that in mind when they spoke to Samsung and they spoke to LG.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I say that is because aside from the televisions, and those deals was made with televisions, those deals was also made with the phones. And when you start getting those apps inside the phones that, those pre-installed apps, you get your phone and you have some pre-installed apps, and then they go through suggested apps. A lot of people just be like, yes, and move on.
Yeah.
When you have an app and it's a Microsoft Store app, and you have World of Warcraft, or you have whatever that's in there, and it's in all your phones, and this is our digital footprint. This is what we have. This is what walks around with us. This is what makes us a plus human.
Yeah.
As a plus human, this is at your fingertips. Now, sometimes when you talk to your phone, which I do the majority of the time, I say, Bixby, open up XYZ game. Bixby will go to whatever app is suggested for it to go to. And if the suggestion in the algorithm is to go to the Microsoft Store first, and this is very key, whatever deals that they have going on, if it goes there first and everybody's talking to their phone or everybody's, inputting, you're going to get some runoff from people not going to Google to get that Google stuff, or not going to, Apple is totally different. That's a whole different ballpark. All right. So you need a browser to get inside their world. But Microsoft having, if
Might
they
not
can
be
take
too much long after Epic won that court case.
That part. See, those are big fights that Microsoft is having that they're not even fighting.
Yeah.
Other people are fighting these fights that they're winning in these cases, that allows them, if they can get a fraction of those people, just a fraction, not the whole. You don't have to go for a complete win.
Yeah.
You just get it in the door, and getting 5 to 10% of that traffic turns it into an added revenue stream that you weren't banking on, that can grow into a larger thing with more games, because they do have the expertise in that area now with picking up King. These things change the dynamic of going forward. And when I say that, I mean, a lot of people say, I say the PlayStation 6 won't be a thing because I'm just talking out of I share want. No, it's just looking at the ambitions of $1 trillion company. The ambitions of $1 trillion company, they're in an ecosystem where they can dominate, and they can see it. They can see, if we get these things, we can dominate the number one. If we align ourselves with the one who sells the most hardware, which is Nintendo, learn from how they're doing their thing, what makes them successful, we can eliminate this guy here. The ABK trial highlighted and actually hamstring Sony with bad business practices. So that's why I can say without a doubt that the Final Fantasy games that are missing off the Xbox platform will be released in March because of the contracts. The contracts say so. And then if you look at the writing, they told you that after this period of time, this game was no longer exclusive on this platform. It has to be in writing. So you just got to follow the breadcrumbs. They can no longer do the same things that they were doing. So if you can't do the same things that made you successful, then that diminishes it, you being successful in the future with a $1 trillion company breathing down your back. That's why I can say that I don't believe there'll be a PlayStation 6. And I think the PlayStation Pro will be the last console for them if they release it. I pray they don't, because if they don't, then Microsoft releases the whatever the Xbox is, then a PlayStation 6 can come out with the true technology. But the Zen Processor 6 that they want to use is not going to be available at that time that they want it. That's why they're going to with a 5 Pro. It's a whole thing, but I would pray don't do it. Don't do it, because I don't want it to be their Dreamcast.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the end footnote to what it's supposed to be. Right? Because you want to beat the champ at a full fight. You will like for them to be both at the next generation. All right, next fight, your best versus my best. I don't think we get a chance to see that because the way I'm looking at certain things, and I know certain things, when Diablo 4 hits Game Pass, and that's a reoccurring game, that's a game of service that's going for a long time.
Yeah.
That's going to be in Game Pass. When Call of Duty hits Game Pass, and starting next year, every Call of Duty is going to hit Game Pass. All those casuals that everybody talked about is going to migrate over to the cheaper alternative. And that's when graphics no longer matter. And we already just learned that first parties no longer matter when it comes to these two studios. It's really third parties. And if you're looking at what Microsoft acquired, they acquired 2 of the largest third-party distributors in the game.
Yeah.
That makes them leapfrog the competitor.
Yeah. Only second only, like we discussed, Nintendo, who just do
Oh
what
yeah,
they
that's
want
something totally different.
to. Yeah. But
you just let Nintendo do Nintendo. You're just like, oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, never make anything cheaper. Never get any more expensive, but never make anything cheaper. And always absolutely fine. Doing what they need to do.
Yeah, it's ridiculously so.
Yeah. But yes, January. Before we move on from January brought of the first big thing of the year, and that was a new look Xbox show called Developer Direct. King David, what did you make of that, and would you like to see more of that next year?
Always, anything that we can have more insight into what developers are doing, because instead of leaks and stuff like that, which is not good for anyone,
Yeah.
right? You know, except for content creators.
Yeah.
But as content creators, we report on stuff that we don't want to report on, like when it comes to leaks. But again, we're in a business of trying to make money. So in making something, you have to report stuff that is a little hurtful to others. And that kind of sucks in that sense. But I would love the developer to talk about the games that they do have. I would love the developer to be front and center to present that the game that they work so hard on to bring it across to the public, for them to get their flowers. So yeah, I love that stuff. I love that in how they brought it across. That the fact that you're able to use the QR code to go deeper into what's going on with the developer. They remove a lot of the fluff. It was very to the point. So I like stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Boxy, how do you like the show, and is there anything you change for potentially next year?
Oh, I mean, the Develop Direct in January was absolutely spot on. It was a great format, not too long, not too short, gave great insights, had a great surprise with Hi-Fi Rush. I mean, what's not to love? And looking at what Xbox has in store for us in 2024 could be even more exciting. Yeah, because we have a lot of games that we expect to come out in the first half. Yeah, we have Towerborn, we have Flight Sim, we have Stalker 2, we have most likely Hellblade somewhere in Q1 or 2, probably Q2. But so there's so much they can do, even without having like a new announcement, something we haven't seen, because that stuff is probably gonna be saved for June. But even looking at that first half of 2024, it makes absolutely sense to follow up on that. A lot of great games are coming. A lot of great updates are coming. I mean, it's time that we see the first expansion of Starfield, which could be a great topic for that. So yeah, there's so much coming, and it absolutely makes sense. And I love the format. I wish they would do it like twice or 3 times a year, honestly.
Yeah.
And looking at what they have in store and how big their portfolio is, and how packed their roster is, and how with ABK, Bethesda, and the classic Xbox game studios, it's insane. And I think Xbox should or could do those developer directs like at least twice a year, in addition to the big June summer showcase.
Yeah, absolutely. February then brought on 50 more games. After that, there was 20 in January. We got 50 more in February, and some of these standouts are Deliver Us Mars, and we had the honor on Boxenberger's show to interview the developers, which was absolutely awesome. Great studio, great people, and great game. The big AAA games that came out that year, that month. Hogwarts Legacy was one of the big ones there. Metroid Prime Remastered on Switch was actually overlooked in some circumstances, but very well liked. But again, a remaster. We have to highlight that. After Hogwarts Legacy, another big one came out, and this time it was on PC. A game that had done so well earlier on PlayStation, and that was Returnal. Came out on PC. We also had the release of Atomic Heart and Wild Hearts in February. We also had Like a Dragon Ishin as well. We then, as earlier discussed with Horizon Call of the Mountain came out on PSVR 2. We got Sons of the Forest on PC, which is relatively big. We also got Octopath Traveler 2 releasing on Switch, PS5, PS4, and PC. And then the Destiny expansion Lightfall, which released to underwhelming acclaim, should we say. But February, yeah, and
that's what made me walk away from it right there.
Yeah, it was quite a few people did as well, to be fair, and that's when the hinges started to fall off the doors for Bungie and Destiny. But yeah, February brought some bigger ones there. We mentioned Hogwarts, and I think Hogwarts needs to be discussed because it brought round some massive community issues, should we say, with a load of people attacking developers and streamers and content creators simply for covering the game, just because of their feelings towards the original author of the title that it was based on. Not on the game or its merits. They just didn't want anybody to talk about that game. However, then later this year, of course, the Game Awards, it was completely and utterly snubbed from all recognition, despite being the highest selling game this year. Bar none. It is still the highest selling game this year. It had the fortune of, first of all, releasing on PS5, Series X, and PC. Then, a couple of months after that, released on previous gen consoles, Xbox One, PS4. So it had another buff. And then, later on in the year, it had another buff of releasing on the Switch. So it had 3 sealed buffs to hit an attack. Now, Switch naturally had a significant graphical downgrade, but in terms of its performance and the way it actually played, it didn't suffer that way. It was actually a good port for a Switch port. But yeah, absolutely smashed it out the park. Phenomenal game, and should not have been snubbed from the Game Awards. It rightfully deserved to be in at least a single category somewhere, whether it be best RPG, whether it be best action adventure game, whether it be the Game of the Year votes, as we mentioned previously. But Sean, what did you make of Hogwarts and the overall kind of feeling towards that game when it released back in February?
Well, I don't think he's there.
Yeah.
I'm muted, don't worry.
All right.
Yeah, because my dog was barking.
Ah.
I was having this conversation with somebody at work about Hogwarts because it was just ridiculously well received from those that played it. It's not a perfect game by any stretch of the imaginations. I got bored with the collectibles. I thought they were just beyond boring. Like I won't 1,000 out of 1,000 it because I just can't be bothered. I got better things to do with my time.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed my experience in there. I enjoyed the actual core gameplay. But I think we spoke about the whole thing with what's her face, J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
Rowling, whichever it is. I just think it's just completely dumb. I mean, you're showing your inability to separate an author from her works. The author, none of her belief systems, whether you think it's right or wrong, are actually in the book. So what's the issue? I brought up what's the horror writer? Lovecraft. Lovecraft in his day and age was
I
an
love that.
absolute racist. But when you look at his works, they're amazing. You know, they're beloved, they're copied, everybody tries to have this Lovecraft type feel to it because it's so well received and what he created is amazing. Doesn't mean to say the guy was.
Yeah.
And just not being able to separate those two things is just, I don't know. I don't know whether it's people do it on purpose or they just don't have the intelligence to be able to do it. But I think for it not being in the Game Awards or anything for the pretty much the reasons, the politics, just shame on them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit insane. It was one of the, like I say, it was my game of the year this year. I just loved it from start to finish. I think it was just the level of detail and the love they put into that world was absolutely second to none. And from a company that had not made anything other than like very bare bones family orientated Disney games, which was essentially the highlight of their development career, to making one of the best all-round representations of what it would be like to step into your favorite fantasy world, which was Hogwarts. We kind of look at Hogwarts Legacy now as a template as to what Lord of the Rings essentially could be if it was into that kind of world, or something along those lines. If they did to that level of detail and that level of immersion where you can go to your favorite places that were in that world, whether it be the castle or whether it be to Hogsmeade or whether it be to certain areas around the map and the lakes and things like that and the Chamber of Secrets or Azkaban, and having the different house differentiations and the different missions depending on what house you're in. And then they added on top of that this weird kind of looking after your animals and your vivarium and things like that inside of that. Like the level of detail they put in that game was,
I can't be bothered with.
Yeah, but it was under like, I think it wasn't underappreciated because I think everyone who played it absolutely loved it. I think the issue with a lot of people is they had to step back from it because of the hate that they were getting from other people just for playing it. So they just didn't talk about it anymore, which was a crying shame. What did you make of it, King?
Well, I didn't play the game. I wanted to play the game, but we did have, I think, Paris Lilly on. And he said, for the political reasons that the game wouldn't be nominated. And I said, that's a damn shame because I thought that, this is video games.
Yeah.
I thought that the video games stand on their own merits, right? But you got to also look in the day and times that we're living in. We're living in a day and times where people standing up as individuals for something that they believe is right is kind of frowned upon. They want you all to go with the crowd. They all want you to silently submit to something that isn't, what I deem to be right at all. One person's viewpoint of something is their viewpoint of it, and it should be that. It should not be we stand in an opposition and we stand with this and we're going to take her work that, developers had nothing to do with her viewpoint and her opinion of it, we're going to take this out on them because they are associated to her in some way, and she will receive revenue for this. So we're going to make her feel our pain or whatever it is. I believe that it's cowardice. I believe that we are losing our voices. And that is an utter shame because a lot of games that were nominated for Game of the Year shouldn't have been there. And that game is probably, from what I've heard, one of the games that should have been there, or it should have been in some kind of category. And it shows you the hypocrisy when it comes to the game awards, right? If one of the best games of the year can't make it into any category, then what are we really doing here? Is this about video games or is this about political stances? And I think us I just think that the people took themselves a little bit too seriously and used their political views to voice an opinion on something that their political views shouldn't be in. We should not talk church, state, or politics. Those are things that we should not talk about when we come to certain things in mediums. I mean, if you want to keep your friends, and your family, what you don't do on Thanksgiving is get up there and start talking about church, politics, or religion. You just don't do none of that stuff right there. You just leave that stuff alone, and you will have a great Thanksgiving. If you want a Thanksgiving when you're throwing turkey around and people fist fighting, well, talk about those three things, and you're going to see exactly what happens. It sucks. I'm going to get a chance to play the game at some point in time. There was just so many good games that came out this year that you don't get a chance to do anything. And the fact that Fortnite has my soul, and by the way, I had to give you a thumbs up. I was watching you play PUBG you came across my TikTok.
Yes.
And it said epic fail. And I'm like, what the hell? And somebody in the car yelled out, they dropped their bullets somewhere down the road. And I think you stopped the car and was like, what? We should go back and get it? He was like, no, get back in the car. Just keep driving. And another car on the side, they shot you. I thought it was just so much fun. And you just brought back FOMO of playing PUBG. But there goes to say the games of service keep me trapped in. So I didn't get a chance to play it because I was playing probably Fortnite or something.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I also want to highlight Horizon Call of the Mountain because this was essentially the last game that released on PSVR 2 that had any impact this year. And since then, PSVR 2 has been completely under-supported by PlayStation and it just fell off a cliff. It's been
passion project.
Yeah, it was the same story last when they released the PSVR 1. They released a bunch of games at the start. They really pushed it forward, and then they just whoop off the cliff, and then forgot about it. And it's exactly the same this time, and it's still priced more than the PS5. So PSVR 2 is more expensive to get into in the first place. You need a PS5 in the first place to play it anyway. And then you have to purchase games, and there isn't a catalogue of games. It's because it's not supported. You either playing Beat Saber or one of a very small amount of PSVR supported titles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And it's just out on the wayside again. So, I don't understand. This is what PlayStation need to do. Like, if you're going to invest in VR, then invest in VR. Like, you're either going all in or don't bother at all.
It's a problem with a lot of things Sony has done. They don't really believe in what they are selling. See, look at VR. Look at the PS Plus subscription. They are not really behind that subscription model. They said multiple times so. Then you look at things like the PS Portable. If you're really into portable and streaming and so on, you do not put out.
It's not a portable. It's
not a portable. You do not put out a device like that and then only make the streaming available in your own network. And that's the problem. Sony tries to get into other businesses, but they are not fully committed to those. It's
bipolar.
Bipolar.
It's bipolar, schizophrenic in the way that they go about this stuff. Is somebody over there that just love tech? I want y'all to really look at the chart. Mark Cerny was at the helm when Sega was at demise. When you had that tower of power, when you had the 32X, you had all this stuff, you had the Saturn, you had everything that happened. Look who was over there. Now, let's walk our way over to Sony. Sony was never this bipolar. Sony actually put out products that they supported. They supported the PlayStation Vita.
Yeah.
They supported the PSP. They supported the PlayStation 3. We get to the PlayStation 4, and Ken Kataguchi is no longer there. Love Ken Kataguchi, son. Love his PlayStation 3. It did live up to the promises that he gave you in the beginning. It did end the generation strong, and there was games that were viable that did, outpace the 360. That stuff did happen, and he was right. Now we get over to the PlayStation 4, and the PlayStation 4 is again held up by Mark Cerny.
Yeah.
Then we have weird things like PlayStation VR that is not supported. Then we have weird things like this Portal that is not going to be supported fully. Like I really honestly thought that it would cost X amount of dollars and it would be a valuable machine that you'll be able to download some of your games on whatever memory stick that you would have inside, and you would be able to play it natively, whatever. I thought that there was common sense would tell you to do that to this machine that you could take on the go and that you can use. Okay, fine. That's not there. No wonder it's $200. It's a paperweight. Not worth it. Then you got to think about it. PlayStation VR 2. The housing on the unit itself is not really as good as the Oculus. I have both. I'm about to pick up the Oculus Pro. You're looking at the PlayStation VR, you're saying, where's the support? Where is the level of commitment to this device? It turned into a worse performance than the PlayStation VR 1 initially, because the PlayStation 1 initially, VR 1 had way more games. I had at least 15, 20 games in the beginning. Those games are not available here, and it's not backwardly compatible. That shows a lack of commitment immediately from the front. So now I'm sitting here at a deficit looking for these games to launch. When are we going to get these games? And these games are not being talked about, and they're not going to be released. And I believe that that thing is dead in the water. That leads me further down the road. Why the hell would you release a PlayStation 5 Pro when the PlayStation 5 is selling so successfully after you just did a redesign? So it's these bipolar thoughts that is going on that leads me to believe what I'm saying. If he was at the helm there, there's somewhere, someplace, somebody there that is a hardware junkie and not a software junkie that is pushing out these things that is turning the company schizophrenic in their delivery and their message to the public. Because I don't see the commitment. If I don't see the commitment and you don't see the commitment, I'm pretty sure the normals do not see the commitment.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, you can tell from the off. I mean, that is literally the last time I seen them unveil a game for the PSVR 2 was Horizon Call of the Mountain, and I can't remember a game since.
And I thought that game was going to win an award because I thought it was fabulous.
Yeah.
I am not going to lie. My wife sat there with the VR on her head, and she looked at the back of the boat. She looked above, and she was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." She said it does look better than the other one because I gave her the Oculus, but the whole wire thing was getting her tripped up a little bit. But other than that, it was amazing. The VR experience itself. How come every first party, and I'm glad that they gave Gran Turismo the VR, for it, because it looks amazing. But how come every first party title doesn't have a VR attachment? How come it's not a mandate to that? Don't worry about the games of a service. Make one or two here and there down the line. Worry about that, but make sure that every first party title, every game that we put out is attached to this product, because this product is key and integral to our growth in this space. And if you're not doing it and there's no mandate there, because every game from Microsoft had to be compatible with Little Man. Every game from Microsoft had to have the thought process of multiplayer. They made sure that there was a mandate going along the lines with all the studios. That's not being done here. And that shows the bipolarness inside Sony. One people want to do story-driven games and want to stay isolated, and others want to do something else. And that is rubbing the company the wrong way. You have execs leaving because their vision is not being truly heard or seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit mad. From then, going into March, A bit of a quieter month in March. But we had a big release on Game Pass in Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Now, of course, Souls fans, that was a big game. People absolutely loved that game. Still playing it now, a lot of people as well. But a great release. Outside of Wolong, there was a bunch of other games as well. A few re-releases, things like The Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice.
That was a great DLC, by the way.
Yeah. We also had Valheim, which ended up being a big hit, more on PC than it was on Xbox. But Valheim, yeah. Then we had Bayonetta Origins, Syriza and the Lost Demon, released on Switch.
I love that game.
Yeah, this is only March as well. We had Indie Game, which won an award as well at the Game Awards. Cheer, released on PS5, PS4, and PC. We also had your standard yearly edition of MLB The Show 2023. We then got one of the Game of the Year nominations, Resident Evil 4 Remake, as well on 24th of March, which released to critical acclaim, should we say, and love from across the board. As we expect no less now with any of the Resident Evil remakes, they do them to such a high degree, and every time they've done 1, 2, 3, 4, they've all been absolutely fantastic. So it was good to see them keep up that trend. They added more to the game. They enhanced it to modern feels. So it was great that released in the state that it did. Not long after, we had the awesome Dead Space remake as well in January. Games that released that didn't do too well. And this is one of the things that caused PlayStation to do things a little bit differently. The Last of Us released on PC. The Last of Us's PC release was terrible, to say the least. It was broken, bug-filled, didn't perform. I'm not talking about sales, I'm talking about the actual game didn't perform. Technically or visually, it was broken at release. It had significant issues, and they had to patch that a lot before it could really start doing anything. So it was a bad mark for them at the beginning of the year. Thankfully, it wasn't something that continued to happen with the other releases that they've had on the platform, and it was just a standout for them. Funnily enough, I don't believe they used their Dutch studio to do that one. What's the name of the one that I mentioned? Because I was out when they took them over. King.
Are you talking about what is it? I love them. And I had it in my head, and you made me forget it.
Yeah,
because I was gonna say, go ahead. I'm gonna remember it, but yeah.
I don't know why they didn't use them, because they are kings at doing PC ports, and for Last of Us PC port, they did not use that studio to do it. Every other studio, every other port that they've had to PC have used the Dutch studio to do the port, and they've been fine. They've been absolutely top notch. But Last of Us did not use them. They used somebody else, and it was terrible. Why?
I think they was just finishing up Spider-Man or something like that, and it didn't fit in a timeline or something, or they were doing a God of War. It was something that they had, and it didn't line up with their timeline, but they wanted that game out on PC to coincide with the TV show.
Yeah.
Bad
idea.
Yeah. Nexus.
Yeah,
Nexus.
Yeah.
Nexus is my heart. Ooh.
Thank God for that. That's the one. Yeah. They should have used them. They absolutely should have used them. They should have just waited. We know it's exactly the same with the likes of Indie. We know the Indie game was originally meant to be in line with the Dial of Destiny, which was a great film, by the way. People will disagree with that as much as they want, but that was originally meant to be in line with that. They opted to just push it back, and just when the game's done, it's done. But there's been many games where they've been meant to have released in line with films or series, and then they've pushed either one of them back. You always choose the best option for the game over the one that's going to make it be absolute dog shit at launch, regardless of what your opinion is. We then got a well-received, I wouldn't say ultimately popular, but well-received expansion on Forza Horizon 5, which was the Valley Adventure DLC. I loved it, played it, finished it, but it was very short and sweet. Even though it was great, I love Rally. It was very short and sweet, and Horizon, although they've had their seasons and it's a games as a service game, hasn't really done anything since then to drag me back into it on a consistent basis, unfortunately, although Horizon 5 is a great game. We also got a massive indie hit in Dredge, which released to critical acclaim as well. Dredge did really great things. We also got Ravenbound, and that was pretty much it for March. We're then jumping into April here. Dear me. Again, a bunch of smaller titles, but we always got some bigger ones as well in there. So I'll rattle off some of the bigger ones because it does pick up as the year goes on. We got Everspace 2 released on PC, first of all in April. So I'm going down the list here of ones that we're all bothered about and not like PGA Tour. Shout out to the golf fans in the chat, if there's any. Ghostwire Tokyo released on Xbox Series X and S. Straight into Gamepass, as we know. Great game, actually. I think I preferred that significantly over Deathloop. I wasn't the biggest Deathloop fan. I actually disliked Deathloop, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed Ghostwire. Ghostwire was a cool game. I liked the implementation of that. I liked the ambience of Tokyo, and just the overall kind of creepiness about some of the areas. And I liked the fact that all your attacks were kind of hand based, and what you were doing were kind of essentially magic abilities. So that was really cool. What else did we go down here? A relatively quiet month, to be honest. Minecraft Legends released as well. April 18th. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how that's doing, to be honest. I haven't checked on it.
I don't
for about
care. I uninstalled it as soon as I installed it. I played it with Tim Dog and us, and we played it. I was like, yeah, this is for somebody, but it just ain't me.
Yeah. Yeah. Same for me. I played it for about an hour and a half. It didn't click with me. I was hoping it was going to be something else, but it wasn't. It's doing okay.
It wasn't what the trailer was. The trailer was lit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this was a lot of go here, save these, go here, save these, go here, save these. I was like, yeah, this is not really for me. I don't find this overly entertaining. Boxy, did you end up trying it at all, or?
I tried it, similar with you guys, and I really like strategy games, obviously. Yeah. Big fan, but yeah, this was just, I don't know what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever it wasn't for us.
Exactly.
We also got the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters on PlayStation 4 and Switch. That was it. Anything else big in April? Judging by, you know what it is? April was relative. Oh, we had one big one. Dead Island 2, which actually surprised quite
that
a
was
few
really
people.
good. Yeah, that was really
surprised quite a few people. Boxy, did you play Dead Island 2?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I haven't played it yet.
On your list of things to get to at some point.
Eventually.
Yep. Yeah.
Eventually. You'll get to it next generation.
Yeah. Sean, David, did you guys do?
It's probably just going to be one of these games, backlog games, that we pretend we will play at some point, but we really know we won't.
It'll never happen.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah. Sean, David, did you play that?
We did an interview on it. Attic got a chance to get the review code.
Yeah.
And what I do is if everybody can't get a review code, I don't want it. And if we get one review code, give it to Attic, because Attic is definitely going to have a one-track mind, is going to finish it. I got a mind like a dog in the Frisbee park. So every time I'm turning around, I'm like, Frisbee. So I'm doing something other than exactly what I'm supposed to do and finish the game. It phenomenally, graphically, it's a step above what I thought we were going to get. Uh, because that game was in development hell for like at least 6 years.
Yeah.
And then when it finally did come out, I was like, ah, it's gonna feel dated, it's gonna feel old. No, actually, it was really, really polished. Sound wise, visual wise, control wise, that game is actually top notch. And it just fell under the radar. Something that it shouldn't happen, but again, in a year where games are at their peak,
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
real top-notch games are going to fall below. But if somebody can catch this game for $5 or catch this game inside a Game Pass or a PlayStation Plus, give it a try. I'm definitely going to tell you that it's going to be worth your while.
Yeah. Absolutely. Sham, did you pick it up or did you try it?
Dead Island is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it on the PS5 surprisingly, because the only person I thought was going to play it was on PS5, and then he bought it and didn't play it, and people are playing it on the Xbox. So there you go, lesson learned.
What did you think of it then?
But yeah, I thought it was all right. It was still a game of its day. If you remember the first Dead Rising, not Dead Risings, Dead Islands.
Yeah.
Still had that feel, slightly updated, but I enjoyed it. I still probably need to go back and finish it because I only got down to the Miami Beach section, whatever it was. Not at Miami Beach, it's in LA, isn't it? The beach anyway. Yeah.
The beach section there anyway. Yeah. Awesome.
You know, I'm not from America, so that'd be my excuse.
Don't worry, I
But yeah.
do that all the time.
It was a fun game. I enjoyed it. It's one of those things. I think it just, when you kind of outgrow, I don't know if it's a game or a genre. It's like I can't actually identify and say I didn't like this or I got bored because of X, Y, and Z, because I actually found it fun. It was just, I think I've just moved on with my taste in games.
Yeah. That's fair. To be fair, I have as well. I think as we get older as well, we start to refine our tastes and what we want to give time to, as opposed to anything else as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever really play competitive games anymore. I prefer co-op or single player.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously in my 20s and 30s, I was all about the online multiplayer.
Yeah.
Other than the fact I'm dog crap at them all now.
Yeah, so am I. Don't you worry. That's not changed. That's not
The
changed.
sweat is for the young people.
Yeah. But yeah. Other than that, we also had, I'm just going down the list here. Last Case of Benedict Fox, which was okay.
Pretty good.
Okay-ish.
I think it was just the fact that they didn't really explain anything as to where you're going or what you're doing. I got past the first boss and I was like, right, now what? And it doesn't tell you anything. So you've got no idea what is going on. Like, okay, so I just got to search and hope for the best. And I just fell off it because
I got quite a bit past the first boss.
Yeah.
And then the game crashed. I was like, sack it, I'll come back to it later. And when I did come back to it, I was like 20 minutes before the first boss again. I was like, what on earth?
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Yeah. Absolutely. Another one actually on here. Tin Hearts released on Switch. Now, Tin Hearts, I'm now a Wired creator myself. Tin Hearts is also now released on PS5 and Xbox. It's in Xbox Game Pass. And they've released a winter update, which includes Bruce Willis as Die Hard, believe it or not, just for the Christmas period, which is an awesome thing. So I'm going to be doing a little stream on Tin Hearts tomorrow. So if anybody wants to see what that is, we will. But it's a nice, cute indie game. We actually covered it in our indie showcase, which coincidentally was also in April. So we had a community indie showcase in April, which was around about 3 hours in length, including all of the developer interviews. It also had Aaron Greenberg doing a full Xbox Studio video there as well. Awesome content creators, including Boxy, that participated, and we unveiled a bunch of games, including Everborn's Saga game on there. First gameplay footage for that. We had first gameplay footage and alpha footage for numerous amounts of games, as well as first seeing games from every market and every console, whether it be Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, PC, Steam, mobile, you name it, we covered it. Bunch of developers got involved. We had keys given away, you name it. So I'll be happy to say, like I say, being a Wired creator, next year we should have a bunch of other games that are really in development getting showed off on the Community Indie Showcase from Wired Publications, as well as an absolute abundance of games on the showcase again next April. So April 2024 is the next Community Indie Showcase. We'll already begin working on it and contacting creators and developers to get that going. But that was a huge success again. Thoroughly enjoy making these for the community. Again, these don't make any profit because they are completely and utterly demonetized the moment they go live. So,
Yeah.
it is just for the benefit of the community. And one of those who want to see the sheer scale of what indie games are, because I think some people see some of the indie games and you just can't differentiate them from AAA. And then
You're going
likewise,
to have Dave the Diver on there.
what? I think I caught that one in the end. Oh dear Lord.
Oh, at least you did
Oh,
better
that-
than the award show. Put indie game Dave the Diver in there.
Yeah, David
the
Diver actually wasn't
eagerly-
in it. Yeah.
Well, the eagerly awaited sequel, Paul the Paddler.
Yeah, Paul the Paddler.
They eagerly awaited.
Yeah, so yeah, it's massive thing for us anyway, and thankfully it's super successful, so we can keep doing them, and of course we enjoy doing them and showing people the breadth and depth of what indie games are really. So outside of that, the next big one of the year released, and that was Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now, I know everybody here has played Jedi Survivor.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Again, loved the game, and I think I've got different opinions to other people, but the end of the game pissed me off. The rest of the game was good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I was really thoroughly enjoying it all the way up until that part, and then it ended. And I was like, I am not satisfied. Like, why did you do that to me? Why?
I've asked this before and I can't remember. Did they do like a Halo 2 to Halo 3 where, you know, you get to Gravemind and then you're like, oh, credits are rolled?
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah, they just switched at the end of Jedi Survivor. They just switched who you thought was the main enemy of the game into somebody entirely different, and then credits roll.
I was going to get it in the sale the other day for
Yeah.
I think it was like 30 quid or something, and I was like, you know what, it's going to be out in
It's going to be in
Access.
Game Pass soon. Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought I'll just leave it. I'll wait until, like, is it April next year? Did you say?
Yeah, it was April this year, so it should. To be honest, I'm surprised it's not already in there. So yeah, it'll be April coming up this year.
No, they changed everything to a year. It used to be 6 months after when EA
right,
Access
a year
first
now.
came out.
Okay, so it'll be
And
April. now.
it's now a year, yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, April. So yeah, I would just wait for April then if you don't want to pick it up. But I mean, it is. Other than that, it's a fantastic game. Like, really, it revamped the combat. Feels great. Awesome set pieces. Some nice surprises in there, which will keep you on your feet. I just the ending. After everything the game had done and how well it won us over, and it was different biomes and different areas compared to the first one, that significantly changed that up, and the story had improved and the traversal had improved. And then just that ending. I was like, you bastards. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely pick it up because, and I'll pick it up and I'll definitely platinum it or 100,000. They need to come up with a decent thing at Xbox. They need to come up with their own platinums.
They got
yeah,
diamonds.
Yeah,
you just
whatever.
gotta find them.
Yeah, because I've platinumed every Respawn game so far,
Ooh.
so I want to keep me rolling going.
Your streak going.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Awesome stuff. What did you make of Jedi Survivor then, King? You enjoying it?
I loved it. I didn't finish it. So weird story is I went and I said, okay, part 2 is coming out. Let me hurry up and finish part 1. Went to it and I was like, I'm at that last boss. I didn't know I was at the last boss. I didn't know I had entered the game already. I was like, oh, this is why I saved. Right? Oh, okay, yeah, I did this already. And then the game came out and I saw how different it was. I got a chance to go back to the last game and it was all patched up. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was running really smoothly. I was like, wow, I don't remember it doing exactly this, but it was. And then got a chance to play the new one, vastly superior to the original iteration of the game. I did like the main antagonist so far. From what you're saying now, he's not who I thought he was. But I did like how they attacked each area now, and you use more. It was more puzzling, more thought provoking for me. It felt more Tomb Raider with a lightsaber for me. And I like that stuff. I'm into adventure stuff like that. So I thought it was really good. I thought they fixed the run from the first one. Automatically, I saw the run animation look
The
better.
wall run.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's not sitting there squatting. I like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was good for me.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. May brought
I still
in.
think we should have an Unleashed 3.
What was that? Sorry.
I said they still think they should have done an Unleashed 3. Was it Unleashed?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Was that the Connect game?
No, Force
No, no,
Unleashed.
no.
Oh,
Force Unleashed, that's it. Yeah.
Force Unleashed.
Now
Yeah.
they've actually got the tech to do what they promised.
Yeah.
That could be a mint game.
Yeah, but see, then you got to worry about. See, now that was Lucas that was in charge of that back then. Now Disney is in
Yeah.
charge of it, and what they want to do with Darth Revan and Malik and all those guys is something totally different. You know where they trying to take those characters. So I don't think we'll ever get a chance to see a Force Unleashed 3, even though they did say Star Killer was canon. So, but in another universe. So I don't understand.
We're gonna have a Star Wars verse. A Star Wars.
Yeah, right. Multiverse. Yeah, probably so. Where we actually did hear Darth Vader say, "Luke, I am your father," instead of saying, "No, I'm your father." That's really weird.
That brings in May. And May, the very start of May, brought in another disappointment from Xbox in the shape of Redfall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we was gonna duck that fate.
We ain't not gonna duck nothing.
Oh, that baby there, boy, that's an ugly baby.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it did not turn out what we thought it was going to turn out like. Me and Boxy played co-op on it as well, and we were bored after an hour and a half. I tried to love that game. I tried to give it the chance, the benefit of the doubt. And I've said this, the issue
It was just in there.
Yeah.
It was just not a good game.
Yeah. And for me, it was just...
I'm gutted for the studio because
Yeah.
I love Arcane. I love both Leon and Austin. I think they make mint games. They cocked up there.
Yeah.
Whether that was I'm guessing that was their what was the Wolfenstein twin thing? What was it called?
I actually like that better. I'll be real with you. You're talking about the two girls, right?
Yeah. The Youngblood, that's it. Yeah, I think that was their Youngblood, but worse.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah, worse. Yeah, way worse.
The only thing I liked about Redfall is it took me gamer score from an odd number, so I think it was like a 7 and a 3, or a 2, and it got it back to the 5 and 0s because it was irritating me for about a year. That.
See, that's what I disliked about Redfall, because it got me from an even number to an odd number. I was like, you motherfuckers. Why? Not only do I not want to play a game, but now I've got stuck on this odd numbered fucking... Damn you.
I blame Pete Hines, and that's why he's no longer there. But at the same time...
Oh, he's gone, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he had to go. At the same time, I also blame Microsoft.
Yeah.
Because they made me care about a game I didn't care about. They made me want to find out more about a game I didn't really care. I didn't know what Redfall was. I didn't know if it was Left 4 Dead or what it was supposed to be, Left 4 Dead with vampires. All right, cool. I'm down with that. If it would have been that, then it would have been something fantastic. But they gave you such wonderful merch. The merch is what sold it. The hoodies, the controllers, everything about it, stickers, that made you, oh my god, I can't wait to play it. And even Solve and Cog went and did the interview there with the developers, and they got a chance to play a small portion, I guess, in a PC closed environment, gave them the best parts of it. So they was bamboozled right there playing the game. And when I got it in the house, I will never forget. I turned it on and I said, damn, this looks like a 360 game. What the hell? And then I looked at the water. I didn't know what it was. I was like, is this supposed to be water that's frozen in the boat, where like time is frozen or something weird is going on there? And I said, man, this looks so damn bad.
Yeah.
Like, who approved this? Who quality controlled this game? Who said this had to come out? Was it the fact that they spend so much in merch, or they spend so much in announcing the game, or was somebody's passion project that pushed for it?
Yeah.
But I believe ultimately, and this is not me knowing anybody saying this, I believe that Pete Hines stood up for the game and he had to take the fall for that game.
Yeah.
And I think that game is ultimately, and his thought processes in other directions was the reason why for certain things. But regardless to what, I think the game could have been good if they would have gave it enough time and care, would have removed it from the slate, threw it in the background, let somebody really work on the game and get it up to snuff, then put it out, opposed to putting it out and working on it later.
Yeah.
I mean, where's Bungie
Yeah,
when you
agree.
need them to cancel a game for you?
Sony brought them, and they canceled all the Sony games. Leave them over there.
But yeah, I mean, for us, it wasn't just the poor gameplay. It was just so badly optimized. Like, the easiest one, and we were laughing at it for a while, was just standing in a fire station and watching the fire station badge on the floor take literally 10 minutes to load in. Well,
Yeah.
it was like, wow, this is bad. And then the gameplay loop was just, especially in the first area. I'm sorry when people say, yeah, but the further you go, the better it gets. Yeah, but how far do you have to go for it to get better? Because when missions are taking like 2 hours anyway, and the mission loops are terrible, it's like, find this, and then find 5 of them. So we'll search around this house for 5 of this thing. Then when we finish finding them, it was like, now you're going to find 3 of these. Okay, so then we'll have to search around the whole house for 3 of these things. And then you have to go, okay, now find these things. Is this all I'm doing? Am I just like fetching things for this person? Is that all we're doing? And then when we thought it was going to get good and there would be a boss, then it was just like, okay, that's the end of the mission. Back to the fire station. You're like, well, okay. Okay, terrible. It's like, nope. I think I'm done here. I think I'm done. It just wasn't, unfortunately, it just wasn't entertaining. And it didn't do anything to grab. Now, again, to Microsoft's credit, at least they had the balls to stand by it and bring out that 60 frames patch and improve the game somewhat for those who are playing it and are enjoying it.
Yeah.
Because most others wouldn't. Most other companies would have just went, let's just call it a day, cut losses.
Isn't that the difference of what we talked about with Microsoft's money and the commitment to something to see the project to the finish line?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you won't have the heads that started it there, but whatever the commitment to said title was,
Yeah.
they're going to try to get as close to that. And I believe that's the Game Pass effect, because for anybody jumping into Redfall right now and you didn't know any of the travesties that went on with it, you say, this is pretty cool, whatever this is. Opposed to, it's 30 frames per second. It kind of sucks. I don't really like it too much. Whatever bug fixes that they did go in it, and I can't attest to it because once I uninstalled it, I have too many things to go to play.
Yeah, same.
Opposed to worrying about it. I could go play Hogwarts Legacy opposed to picking up Redfall, and that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
So I think they missed a zeitgeist moment, but for new players, that kind of works for them. They get a chance to pick up Game Pass and say, oh, what's this? I don't know what this is. But they find it in a different state than its original state. And I think that's the Game Pass effect, that one day that broken game can be fixed, but then that leads to a bigger problem should they release broken games in the hopes that it does get fixed later on down the road, because you won't be doing this at the end of the year talking about whack games that should have been.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dave quickly, Dave Ramos, £10 super chat there. Dutch, if you haven't already, before the show is over, can you tell us more about Wired Creator? How did this come to be, and what does it mean to be a Wired Creator? Congrats, give us the backstory. Yeah, I'll cover it at the end of the show, of course. We've got a whole bunch of months to get through first, yeah, so I will cover that and let you know what that's about and what you can expect from me as a Wired Creator going forwards. Absolutely, but thank you very much for that as well. But yeah, outside of Redfall, we had some awesome other releases there. Some big ones for the year as well. But I want to cover this little indie game because I loved it. Ravenlock. Beautiful little indie game.
Yes. Oh my
Fantastic
God,
game.
that's a dope game.
Yeah.
I finished that game.
Same. 100%
Yeah.
that game.
Yeah,
I
that
loved
was
it.
really good.
I got consumed with that game.
Yeah. And it was like
Yes.
6 hours. I just loved it. I just went boof, straight in. Loved it. Nice. I liked how it was like Alice in Wonderland themed. Like the entire game. It was just such a great little game. And I love the art style they have. They've stuck by
Dope.
it. They've stuck by it for the entire trilogy, and it's done them wonders. I can't wait to see what they come up with next. But that was a fantastic indie game. Absolutely thoroughly enjoy it. Great music, great little like combat loop.
Yep.
Nice little puzzles, nice cute characters, and again just the awesome art style as well. So yeah, hats off to them. One of my most favorite indie moments of the year by a long shot. Then we got another massive game released for the year as well in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
Foxy, I'm gonna let you talk about that first. What do you think about Tears of the Kingdom?
Well, it was a good game. It was a lot better than the first one,
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
My problem with it is I don't think it really captures that magic, what makes a Zelda game a Zelda game.
Yeah.
And I had the same problem with Breath of the Wild. They are good games in themselves, but they are not Zelda games.
Mm-hmm.
There's not this, Zelda lives and breathes these epic moments when you go into the forest, pull out the Master Sword, stuff like that. They also, the whole gameplay idea of Zelda is to be Metroidvania-esque. You know what I mean? To have that, okay, I find the bow, an arrow, and with that I can enter this part, and I find the bombs, and I can enter this part. And we didn't have that in Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. So, yeah, it is a good game in itself, but I also felt very repetitive towards the end. When, that the building was fun at first, but then, I have to do this again, and then I have to cook again, and then I have to make the weapon again, find another weapon because it breaks, and it is a fun game, but I don't think that it is like this super masterpiece that everyone makes it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yep, I would agree with that as well.
I know people don't like to hear that, but it was kind of repetitive.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, like we both said, it's definitely better than the first. It's definitely better than Breath of the Wild. Certainly more entertaining in the opening section.
Definitely,
it got me playing the game for much longer than I played Breath of the Wild, which was always a bonus for them. But ultimately, it's still like 50 quid I've not really made benefit of because I haven't went back to it since. It's a cool game, but it's just not. Yeah, ultimately didn't do enough to keep me engaged. King, did you get a chance to play it or not?
Purchased it day one. You know how it goes. Nintendo drops, you listen.
Yeah.
And I got it, and I said, "Oh, this is Ratchet and Clank nuts and bolts." And I said, "Yeah, didn't really like that too much either." And no, I fell off of it rather quickly. I said, "Oh, this is DLC stuff that they couldn't do in the first game. They put it in this game. Felt like the same game."
Yeah.
Actually, the resolution was worse than the first game, so it forced me to buy this resolution booster device that I put on as a converter to the machine. Actually, looks way better now. I felt that it was pushing the limitations of the hardware, and that took me out of the immersion of the game. And I know people are trying to say that, well, King, if it's a video game, you're supposed to go with gameplay. Gameplay is king. And I understand that. This is true. But you're talking about in a year where we're playing some of the most graphically fidelity games that we're going to come across in a long time until we get to the next generation, or until we get to next year when we get to Hellblade 2 and stuff like that, that raises the bar even further. But this year the bar was raised. So if I'm playing games like that, that I keep running back to, like Elden Ring and stuff like that, and you're telling me to play this game, I'm gonna miss it. And I know I don't buy Nintendo games for the graphical expertise.
Yeah.
But then I beg to differ when I play something like Mario Mushrooms, where it did look stellar, like from the beginning. Like you couldn't tell me that it was running on the Switch, because it didn't matter at that point in time, because graphically it pulled me in. But maybe it was doing something different that a Mario game wasn't doing, and this Zelda just felt sameish,
Yeah.
right? So I think I fell into the trap where I expected too much from it, and it gave me too little, and it felt the same, and I just did not want to do it again.
Yeah.
And I just fell off of it. And it's still sitting there, but I will run back and play Mario Mushrooms when I turn on my Switch, opposed to play Zelda.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Other than that, another massive, well, for me, a massive indie release this year. Another one straight into Game Pass, Planet of Lana. What a beautiful game that was as well. For those who haven't played or finished Planet of Lana, absolutely worth the run through. Great little indie game, indie platformer, nice little story, beautiful graphically, beautiful soundtrack. I haven't 100% that one. There was a no die run that you have to do to 100% it, which I didn't end up going back and doing. It's literally the only achievement I've got left, actually, for it. But yeah, it's a great game. Definitely recommend it. We finished that one though on another bad release, but one we joke about, and that is Lord of the Rings Gone.
Oh.
Yeah, God, that is. If we thought Redfall was bad, Gollum holds that candle highly this year. Gollum was definitely not. I mean, nobody really asked for it in the first place. That was definitely a passion project from the studio. No one really asked for, okay, if we want a Lord of the Rings universe, we're going to play as Gollum. And they released it, and it wasn't anywhere close to what they originally advertised. It was terrible. I mean, even the text that they used on screen was text that you use in Word. That, like, everything about that game was just so bad. So bad. To the point where you literally can't shift it from shelves for $5 now. Nobody wants that game, and nobody wants to play that game. Thankfully, it was one that people weren't really looking at or looking forward to anyway. So it wasn't a huge miss. Sorry for the developers that got involved in that game, and for your studio creator who forced you to do that. But yeah, thankfully it's you can sweep that one under the rug under things that you've worked on. Hopefully you had some form of experience off the back of that game, and you learn from it and move on, because it's not memorable for the right reasons. I'm getting into June now, and this is going into showcase territory. But at the beginning of June, we had the release of Street Fighter VI, one of the bigger fighters released this year, and released to critical acclaim, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Really knocked it out of the park, had an amazing netcode straight away. I did not expect for the multiplayer to be as refined and as well done as it was with Street Fighter VI. It was insane. Usually you have hiccups and issues and problems with the multiplayer on fighters, like almost immediately. You have netcode issues and things like that. Aside from some where balancing issues with certain characters, where they were OP and things like that, which you always get with them, you can only really find out what those things are when you've got players playing it, and then you can refine those moments. But the online lobbies were just unbelievably seamless. You could literally just go, okay, guys, I'm going to go into Europe 15. There's nobody in there. Everybody jump into Europe 15, and you can get all your friends into one mad big lobby tons of arcade cabinets. You can just switch between them when you finish fighting, go over to another guy, play him. It was just seamless. That's how fighters should be. That's the best way to do it. Instead of this, I think this thing that the likes of Mortal Kombat and Tekken do, where it's literally just two people on screen, and then the other people have to wait for them to finish, and then the other guy rocks up when that guy's finished, and you can play him.
Yeah.
I love Street Fighter's approach to the fact that everybody can fight at any time. You just sit in a big area with cabinets, and literally play everybody. And then when the next guy becomes available, you can jump off and play that guy, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, really well done by them. Thoroughly enjoyed Street Fighter. I didn't really jump into, and I still play it from time to time as well. It's one of them games, thankfully, you can just pick up, play a few rounds, have a good hour with your friends, beating each other up, and turn it off and go to the next one. I didn't really jump into single player too much. I maybe played about 2 hours of it or so. So I can't really speak on that. But did any of you guys play Street Fighter? I know Boxy's not a big fighter fan, so I know you didn't. But King, did you play it?
Yes, we covered that over in PAX. If anybody got a chance to see the footage, Lord Sovereign beat the brakes off me. I got revenge in Tekken. We was playing on PC builds. Graphically, the game is a step above, and it felt like Street Fighter the first time I played Street Fighter, not fighting streets. Felt like that again. And then when we went online, when we got a chance to get it in the house, because, you know, we were supposed to get back to, you know, Fight Night Fridays, we all got it in the house, but we're playing it. And I'm like, damn, this thing is really good. It's very responsive, no perceivable lag. It feels like you're playing couch co-op, and they're able to, you know, jump in and out. That thing kind of, you know, blew me away. But I think that Capcom understood Mortal Kombat is on the horizon.
Yeah.
Tekken is on the horizon. You had good 2D fighters that was out. King of the Fighters came out as well.
Yeah.
And they knew what they were up against, and we had a resurgence, in the fighting genre, and they wanted to be the king in that. And the way that you do that is you have to be playable from the jump, and they made sure that they made that a priority.
Yeah.
And it showed. And then the artwork and everything else came secondary. But I think playability and access was top notch on the board.
Yeah.
And they nailed it.
Yeah, and of course the accessibility and that we speak of was the, should we say, the simple mode where you can press one button to do all the combos and things like that.
Oh my God, that made me so upset.
Yeah, same as a classic fighter. As a classic fighter with classic controls, I hated people going into it. But I made it a challenge. I was like, okay, you want to play easy? I'll bring you what I've got. That's fine. I don't mind. But then I understand why they brought it in as well, because of course you've got people with literal accessibility issues where it makes it much easier for them to jump into a fighter, which is awesome.
That part.
Yeah. Which is awesome. So I'm happy for that. For those of you though who are just terrible at fighters and just want to use accessibility, fuck you. But for the other guys with accessibility issues, good on you. Another mad one for the year though, another big one that Boxy loves. Diablo 4.
Oh
yes. Big release. Awesome campaign. I mean, I thoroughly loved Lilith and every that entire campaign was just brilliant. The cutscenes in that game were absolutely fantastic. The story was just entertaining from start to finish. What happens in the seasons and things afterwards, though, that haven't been that enthralling is a different matter. But the initial launch, the story, and every bit of content that we got on launch was absolutely fantastic. Boxy, I want you to start on this one because this is one of your big games this year.
Most definitely. Still not sure whether that's my most played game or Starfield, because we're not counting the PC hours on Diablo, right? In the Xbox recap and vice versa. And but Diablo is absolutely awesome. I love what they did. They went back to that dark and gritty art style, went away from that colorful World of Warcraft-ish art style that they had in Diablo 3. Like you said, the story was great. I really liked what they did with the shared open world. Yeah, you know, you run around, you have the public events, you see other people playing, and if you enter a dungeon, you're on your own or with your party. and it's just an insanely addictive gameplay loop that Diablo nailed. And
Yeah.
I really liked what they did with the Paragon boards, made the end game a lot more fun than the Paragon system in Diablo 3. I think you can do a lot more to specialize your character builds with this system that they have now. And I really did enjoy it. It was a little unfortunate that with the first big patch, they buffed like the most favorite classes. They buffed the barbarian, they buffed the sorcerer, and so on. And that kind of destroyed the game play for many. Took them a while to get back. It's very well balanced now, and season 2 is absolutely fantastic. Everyone who's playing it loves it. It's really, really good. So yeah, I mean, Diablo is a game, that is played for many years. Look at Diablo 3. They've supported that for 8, 9, I want to say even 10 years. And it has a continued fan base that plays that game, and as do I. It will be installed until Diablo 5 comes out. It's just an incredible game. I super loved it. It's kind of funny to see that you would have told me in a year where Diablo comes out, Diablo is not going to be my game of the year. Just tells you how good this year really is, right? So yeah.
It's been an insane year.
Did you skip over Forspoken?
No, mentioned Forspoken.
Sorry.
There's really not much to talk about, right?
I was gifted this game for nothing. So at some point I'll try it and see what the fuss is all about. So.
Oh my God, he said what the fuss is all about. that was funny.
But yeah, I was gifted that, so I will try it, see what it's about. But yeah, no, I didn't skip over it. It was unfortunate. It was just a game that just didn't hit at all for Square. Yeah. Number of reasons. I think the acting was one of the main things as well. Never mind the game in itself. I think the acting really irked a lot of people, which is unfortunate. And those things you can or can't predict. It's the same reason I dislike the Dragon Quest games, because the like over the top English accent that they've got in those Dragon Quest games is just horrendous, and I just can't stand it. So I'll never play them. But speaking of Square Enix, though, before we get to that, actually, King, Diablo, what's your thoughts on Diablo? Yeah.
I loved it. I purchased, the big body version of it.
Yeah.
And one thing to my dismay.
Yeah.
And because I'm a Diablo dude, I played all of them. One thing to my dismay is that my character didn't carry over when the season started.
Right.
And I thought my friend was joking. I thought he was playing around with me because I put so much time into it, and that was one of the games that pulled me off of Fortnite. And I thought it, I'm like, okay. He's like, yo, you got until the 31st or something like that, or the 13th. I forgot what number he said. Whatever. And I'm like, yeah, right. Shut up. And I said, I wouldn't do that. Are you crazy? I put a lot of time into this character. I'm not gonna start fresh. I don't need to do that. What, are you crazy? And yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
And he was like, yo, you can play your character still. You're just not going to play it in the campaign. You got to start off fresh.
And it has always been this way with Diablo, right?
Yeah, but, certain things you just really don't pay no attention to until it really matters.
Yeah.
Right? And then I was like, yo, yeah, man, they do this in Fortnite. Every season pass, you start over from zero. Yeah. The character doesn't, carry over. All your stuff doesn't carry over.
Yeah.
You start fresh.
Exactly.
I said, I can't do college again. I'm playing a college course right now. Right? This is, Fortnite is a college course, and this is the same thing with Destiny. And you get into that bandwidth that you have with Game of Service.
Yeah.
And I loved it for the initial campaign and stuff that I did play, but I don't have enough bandwidth to continue to play multiple games of service. And I think they either gonna have to start shortening up these battle passes so that you're able to include more games of service in, and you can knock this out. But then I believe that each game of service is greedy, and they're gonna give you as much as they can in a battle pass to keep you locked in step. So I don't see any end to it, but I didn't have enough bandwidth to continue to keep playing it. And it's one of the games that is not uninstalled on my Xbox hard drive. It is right there. So I could jump in at any time. But again, like right now, we're supposed to do a live stream. We're going to do a live stream of Grand Theft Auto. So I'm getting ready to leave in a second. But we're going to do a live stream of Grand Theft Auto. And I'm like, okay, so how long are we going to do this? Because I got to get in my Fortnite. And Attic is like, really? Shake my head. I'm like, I have to, because I got to finish the battle pass. I'm part of the crew, and I pay for the battle pass, every month, whatever, comes up, I got to, play it. So I said, I got to put in my time. And he was like, yo, that's becoming a problem. We might have an intervention with you. But guys, I had a great time with you. And, Dutch, I do apologize not being here early on in the beginning. Boxing Burger, love everything that you're doing. Shyamalan, my guy, for sure. I'm pretty sure that you got reasons why the camera's not on. Hopefully you're not playing your PlayStation 5.
No, from when I last spoke with you, it was like over a year ago. I was up in Scotland and I moved out, so where I'm at, I just don't have a setup at the moment.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which is pretty much it.
Hey, you're naked in the background. We understand. He's like,
it's not to tell everybody.
He's like, whatever, King, whatever, King. But everybody have a happy holidays. And Dutch, I didn't forget about you. Like, I started my own channel, Xbox Frontline, and that stuff that I did talk to you about. I do definitely want to revisit it, because I did get a chance to see your wonderful console that you put up. My God, sir, I don't know why Xbox is not beating down your door trying to get you to, make custom little men for them, because that joint looked phenomenal. So, and keep doing the shorts, because I love the TikTok stuff. That was hilarious. I showed it to my wife because she was in the car with me today because her car broke down. So, catch you guys later. Take care.
Have a good one, King. Cheers.
See you soon.
Peace.
All right, Dutch. Unfortunately, I have to run too.
Yep.
But you two will cover the rest of the year. I'm
skip
pretty
over
sure.
the rest of the big ones as well. Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. Then you guys have a great night, and I see you guys soon.
Will do. Have a good one.
You too.
Right. I'm going to get our cameras back on here. If you give me 2 moments, and then we'll crack on. Hey, there's one. Next. And there's 2. Boom. There we go. So me and Shom rocking up the rest of the show here. We're going to skim over the rest of them here, because there was, as you know, 1 billion games released, Shom. Some of which we have played, some of which we haven't. The next big release in June was Final Fantasy 16. Did you have a chance to play 16?
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Yeah. What do you make of it so far?
I really enjoyed it. It's got a little bit samey for me at the moment, so I'm taking a step back.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely I'm lying when I say I'm definitely going back to it, because I'm currently playing Baldur's Gate, so there's no real.
That's going to take a lot of time. Yeah.
I have aspirations to go back to it, shall we say. I enjoyed it enough that I will go back to it.
Yeah.
I know what I'm like with gaming. I'll probably get into like hour 20 to 30 of Baldur's Gate, and then something will come up and I'll put it down for ages. So I will go back to it. I enjoyed it. It's a very, very good game. It's not an RPG in the traditional form of what you think of Final Fantasy. And I'll die on that hill. But it's still a good game. It is still a good game.
Yeah, I think the story, for a change in a Final Fantasy, the story actually carries it quite significantly. That's not a bad thing. I think the story really stands out as one of the real major points of that game. It's a really good story.
Yeah.
Once you've got over the
So,
fact
yeah.
that characters are northern.
I actually like that. You know what I mean? It's good that they're not American because American can't do high fantasy.
Yeah.
American just the accent just doesn't lend well. Can you imagine Elder Scrolls all with like an American Midwest accent or something like
Yeah. Yeah.
that? The accent just doesn't go well. I think it's very much because I think that mainly be due to the fact that high fantasy is very English stroke Scandinavian or European, should I say? That's where its roots at.
Yeah.
So you do get
That's why
that kind of
Skyrim was
accent
like
coming.
all of theirs were more Nordic.
Yeah.
And I think what Final Fantasy 16 tried to do was more I think they must have looked at like Game of Thrones, for instance. With kind of their character base.
Because you do get some Americans in there.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't lend well. I've seen a couple of Netflix shows. My ex, she wanted to watch one, and she turned it on, and it was an American high fantasy.
Yeah.
And she got about 3 minutes in and was like, "Yeah, I'm not watching that."
Yeah.
And it just sounded weird. It wasn't that it was a bad story or anything. Because we only got 3 minutes into it, so we don't really know what the story was. But it's just sometimes the accent, just if it's not a good accent, it doesn't lend well to it.
Yeah. 100%. Completely agree. I'm thoroughly enjoying Final Fantasy 16 so far. I jumped on it very, very late. Again, a game I was gifted to jump into. So, but I'm enjoying that. I'm streaming it, still streaming it all the way through. Might end up platinum in it. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah,
how many playthroughs does a platinum need?
What was that?
How many playthroughs does a platinum need?
I think, to be honest, I think you could probably do it with you could probably do it with 2.
Right, I'm probably not going to platinum anytime soon then because it's a big game.
It is a big game. One thing I'm doing as I'm going through though is tackling the side quests as they come into the game as opposed to
that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
I don't think I've missed any, but I didn't. You told me about you had to go to the guy to the left of the person that gives. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I may have missed some inadvertently. Hopefully not.
I just check them every now and again. There doesn't seem to be many pop up in other towns. Which is a good thing. It means I haven't missed any so far. But yeah, so far I haven't missed any.
Oh Jesus!
So we'll see.
Just looking at me year in review.
Yeah.
I put flipping 204 hours into Diablo 4.
A long time, yeah.
Yeah, Starfield was 155.
Yeah.
And Hogwarts, we talked about Hogwarts earlier, 82. So I put a decent amount in that.
Yeah. Yeah, my Hogwarts time on that was way off. It was saying I played it for 140 odd hours, but that's not true. So I don't know where it's got that time in. I've played.
Was it kind of keeping it tracking as it was like in what's it called? It's just sitting in the background.
It must have done because my actual play time on the game was like 80 hours, including all playthroughs.
Yeah, I reckon it's the quick resume. It's kind of
it
still had it active. I reckon that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
That's probably what's happened with me. 82 hours. I'm like 82 hours, and I've only got 540 gamer score. I should have absolutely spanked that in 82 hours.
Yeah.
So it's probably the same with me.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. We're getting into July now. July, we had a few smaller games to start off with, the likes of Oxenfree 2. We had Exo Primal releasing to Xbox Game Pass as well. That was fun for a short burst. We also had Ember Knights release on Switch. We had Pikmin 4 release on Switch. I haven't picked it up yet, to be honest, but that one released on Switch as well. Remnant 2 released on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC in July as well, and only just recently last month released on Game Pass, or was it this month? Might be in this month.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
It was either end of last month or beginning of this month.
Yeah. We also had, let's have a look here, Disney Illusion Island. Shout out to Delilah Studios for that one. Also nominated in multiple categories for Game of the Year. Awesome game, especially for a family game. I still want Delilah to make these online multiplayer. Much like I've said, for Battletoads. I think that would have absolutely smashed it if it had online multiplayer. People would have played that far more. The fact
Yeah,
that it's only
definitely.
couch
I would have
co-op,
played it a lot more.
yeah, yeah. The fact that it was only couch co-op really took away from that. Is very, especially as you get older, trying to navigate getting your friends round to play games is significantly difficult. Like the older you get, the harder it becomes. So online co-op, absolutely a must, and I think Delilah might need to look into that, and I'll mention it to AJ. But fantastic game nonetheless. So shout out to them for that. August though, and going into the biggest release of August and the biggest release of the year, the game of the year released. That was Baldur's Gate 3 on PC first and foremost. Then it was followed up by Atlas Fallen on PlayStation 5, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. We also had the release of Stray on Xbox as well that month. Let's have a look here. What else did we have? Bomb Rush Cyberpunk released on PC and Switch. Big one. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre released on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and PC, and also into Game Pass. Fort Solis released on PS5 and PC. Immortals of Avium released on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, on PC. It also had WrestleQuest, the indie game, released on all platforms. You also had Armored Core 6, Fires Rubicon, released on all platforms in August. Let's have a look here. You also had Goodbye Volcano High, released on all PlayStation platforms and PC. Then you had one of the indie game of the year's release. It's in there as well. Sea of Stars, which was absolutely fantastic. I'm still playing through that. It's a big game again, but loving it. Have you played any of those releases that released that month, of course, other than Baldur's Gate 3, which you're playing right this second, of course, and it's just released on Xbox?
I've not. I've just actually just dashboarded. Because there's no one else talking to, kind of, so I can just kind of listen podcast style while playing the game. I actually have to concentrate. I'm not like Jez, where I can do 5 things at once: play World of Warcraft and then play another game with my feet while doing a podcast. I can't do that. Yeah, I've played. I bought Immortals of Avium when it went on that glitchy thing. I bought it for like £8 for the deluxe edition.
Yeah.
It's particularly mid game. It's like I say, mid. I don't mean it isn't like it's mid, it's crap. It's just a bang average game.
Yeah.
There's nothing different about it than any other shooter, other than the fact that instead of having a gun, you've got magic and you're using your fingers. And it's just, other than that, it's a bog standard. Here's your shotgun. Here's your long range rifle. Here's your SMG. So that, yeah, it was an alright game. I'm only a couple of hours in. I'll still play it. I'll play it to completion. It's it's worth it. My game share partner got the what's it called? Atlas.
Yeah. Atlas Fallen.
Yep. I was enjoying that for a bit, and then it did a redfall on me. That I was enjoying the area of doing all the stuff, and then I went through to the next area, which you can't go back to. Once you move on, you move on. And then it's just the same stuff again. You've got to do the same things over and over again. I was like, oh, come on, really? I can't be bothered. I've just spent like 12, 13 hours doing all these little things, and now you want me to do it all over again. So I got bored of that, and I'm not sure I will go back to that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they're the 2 standouts that I can remember. Like, obviously, Baldur's Gate I'm playing now, and then those 2.
Awesome stuff. And yeah, I haven't played Armored Core 6 either, so I can't speak on that one. All that people love that, so fair enough. But
I briefly played that. My game share partner got that as well. I missed that one. It's just I didn't get into it. It will probably be something I'd maybe go back to. Okay. I played a couple of missions. I beat the boss that all the journalists struggled with.
Standard.
I mean, to be fair, it was a little bit tough.
Yeah.
It just needed a bit of perseverance. But yeah, I've got to a couple of missions after the main boss.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Have you played Save Stars, or is that not your bag?
Oh yeah, no, I did play it. I played that in October when I went to my parents in Spain.
Nice.
I couldn't take my Xbox because I'm cheap and I'm not paying like 40 quid to take a bag over,
No,
an
definitely
extra
not.
bag. So I've got a rucksack that's the exact dimensions of EasyJet and Ryanair.
Yeah,
So I
I've
just
got one
put
of
some
those.
clothes in that.
Yeah.
Took my laptop, took a pad. They've got Starlink. So I ended up over there. I completed Gotham Knights and started Sea of Stars, and I'm a fair way through Sea of Stars. I don't know exactly where I am, but I'm a good portion through.
Yeah. And what do you make of it?
So I really enjoyed it. I will probably pick it up again next time I go to my parents. I'll do the same thing, and I'll probably finish it off next time I'm there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm loving it so far. To be honest, it's one I'm chipping away at. There's so many big games though. That's a problem. There's so many big games that, especially when you've got a big indie game, if it's smaller, like 6 to 8 hour experience, I'll just thrash it out in like 2 days and just get the game finished because it's a nice break from these big games and you know it's going to be done soon. When you get these big indie games like Save Stars, that are like 40 plus hours in length, you're like, okay, I'll chip away. With it being like an RPG-esque game, then yeah, I'm just gonna give it some time, and you can just do it section by section. You do a bit of the story, you leave it there, you come back to it another time. Story's not overly intricate that you need to kind of you forget what's going on. It's kind of quite easy, and every time you get into a new place, the story kind of retells you what's happened and what's going on. So yeah, it's a nice game. Beautiful beautiful pixel art, beautiful audio and soundtrack, and cool interactive gameplay. So yeah.
How far into it are you?
Probably about 10-15 hours in.
Did you get to the island that's perpetually night?
Yes, the one where you can start changing day and night cycles. Was
No,
after
it's just
that?
night all the time. It's just night all the time.
No, I haven't got that far yet.
Right, okay. I think that's roughly to where I'm at. So if you do go past that, then or when you get to there. I think I've just finished that and I've just come back from it. So yeah, wherever that is.
Yeah, awesome. Right, okay. I'll make a note of that one. It's not one of the games that I'm going to finish anytime soon, that's for sure.
No, yeah, exactly. It was something that had quite a predictable twist.
Yeah.
If you've got to the twist yet, but it's just a JRPG twist. To be fair with you, like a classic old school one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think it's a great game. It reached, how many did they say that they had recently?
5 million.
5 million. It's well deserved.
Yeah, that's huge for an indie game as well, by the way. That's massive.
They would have made a mint
numbers.
off it as well because they got paid for both PS Plus and Game Pass.
Yeah. Yeah. So shout out to them. That's massive numbers for an indie game. Like you're lucky if indie games do like half a million to 1 million. Never mind 5. So
Yeah,
it kind of it's tantamount to just how good that game is. So if you haven't played, people like JRPGs or RPGs, turn-based primarily, then I absolutely recommend playing Sea of Stars. It's definitely well worth it. Big game though, so you're gonna have to have space if you are gonna start it. September moved on. PS5 got Baldur's Gate 3, whilst Xbox got Starfield. That was the big game for Xbox that month. I think we've covered Starfield quite significantly. It was a great game. I thoroughly enjoyed my first playthrough. I got a new game plus and then fell off it. I was like, yeah, I've played it enough now. I can come back to this at any point. I don't need to play it. At this second, I've uninstalled it to make room for other games that I need to play. I've got Alan Wake 2, I've got Avatar, I've got like a bunch of games on there now that I need to get through. Having finished the first playthrough of Starfield and the story, first of all, of Starfield, I've now pushed it aside for a bit. I'll install it again some point. But yeah, I enjoyed what it was. I enjoyed the different setting. it still didn't, for me, surpass Skyrim. I still thoroughly have better fond memories of Skyrim and the world that Skyrim created, and the stories that come out the back of Skyrim than I do Starfield. I still thoroughly enjoy that, so I'm probably more going to be more excited for when the next Elder Scrolls releases than I am what I was for Starfield. What about you?
Yeah, I love Starfield, but I feel the same. I think Elder Scrolls as a whole is a better game for me. I think one of my biggest issues with Starfield, like I'm not even bothered with the loading screens. People are, oh, it just took me out the game. I just can't cope with the loading screens. It's like, what do you do for any of the other Elder Scrolls or Fallouts? You had a ton of loading screens that took a hell of a lot longer.
Yeah.
So why are you just suddenly going, oh, I don't like loading screens anymore? You know, we've got an SSD, so we shouldn't have loading screens. Yeah, they're a mild inconvenience, but it's not the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just flipping, just kidified a lot of these people.
Yeah.
But I've put like what 155 hours into it.
Yeah.
I did everything in the first playthrough in terms of all the side quests, all the factions and whatnot, which I kind of regret. I wish I'd saved some for a second playthrough. I got a little bit through the second playthrough. All I was doing was going to the temples to get your power.
Did you select in the second playthrough to do things differently and pick up a different route instead of going through the entire game again?
No, I did the entire game again because I read somewhere that if you didn't do the entire game again, the next playthrough, so the third playthrough, you couldn't pick that option. So I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. But I kind of regret it now because I'm not actually doing the missions. The missions are more of an inconvenience for me than the actual.
Yeah. That's why I selected to not do that again. I was like, nah, let's just skip ahead and see what this is about.
But what I do like about it is that doing the missions again, because you know what happened and the way people act, you've got a different thingy tree.
Yeah.
So
it kind of tells you at least what you should say the next time round.
Yeah.
Like, no, say this.
Yeah, they're kind of like, oh, well, I can't. Who was it now? It's on the. I don't know what planet it is. I'm terrible with names. The one that's like the Wild West, where you get your one of your followers.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. I'm terrible. But you have to go to the cave. Like you have to leave the city and go to the cave. Get the shard from the cave, and as you leave, you get jumped. But this time round, you're able to use, because you know they're going to jump you or whatever, you can use a different thingy option, and then you work with them when you get attacked by those beasts, which you just couldn't do the first time round. I thought it was quite cool. But I'm like you, I'm just going to wait for the DLC. I bought the deluxe add-on, so I'll get the DLC when it comes out, and I'll pick back up then. And I'm probably going to in fact, I'm going to do that now while it's on my mind. I'm going to go put it onto the hard disk drive. So it's quicker than downloading it. Jesus, why have we got 16 updates? See, my thingy never works at the moment.
I've literally, you know what it is? I've literally just transferred Skyrim back over onto my internal as well.
It's not even on my internal, because I've got an internal. I've got the little 1 terabit SSD card.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to move it over to I've got a pad, like an old hard disk drive from, I got a 5 terabit one from the Xbox One.
Yeah.
I'm running out of flipping space on that soon, to be fair. Manage gaming add-ons.
Yeah, I've just moved to Skyrim because obviously it had the X and S patch and things over, but I'm gonna go into Skyrim and see what mods and things you can add on visually for the Xbox. See what that's about. See if you can. If not, then I might install it on PC and just add a bunch of mods on that and play through it again. Because
are the mods actually up and running on either of them yet? I didn't think they were coming out till next year.
On Skyrim, I think they are. On Starfield, they're not.
Oh, Skyrim. Sorry. Yeah. Skyrim is, yeah.
Yeah, Starfield I've just uninstalled entirely for now. I'm done with that right now.
Moving over. Mine's moving over, and then create a bit of space because it's like what 103 gigs.
Yeah, it's a beefy boy. It's not as big as Forza though, which is 145 gig. Oof, Jesus.
See, this is where I like going back to the old debate of AI. This
Yeah.
is where I think Starfield could do really well with AI, because the thing that always grated me is you've got these huge planets, but they
Mhm.
got one city on it. Why have they got one city on this huge planet?
Yeah.
Whereas you get AI to create other cities, you could have Skyrim on all these other planets.
Oh, yeah,
You could have
absolutely.
little villages. You could get AI to do that for you. And I don't think that's taken away jobs from other people, because obviously they're not using AI now, and this is what we've got. So AI would be a good complement.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing I like about the Skyrim community as well is the fact that they've added so much free DLC in terms of new stories, new missions, map extensions, and everything to it.
Yeah.
To the point where the game has significantly evolved on Skyrim, specifically on PC. I don't know what the X. I'm gonna have a look at the Xbox one and see what the differences are there. But the mods that they've added to Skyrim on PC is just insane. So there's a bunch of new story content as well that I've never explored.
The other thing that irritates me about the mods is it deactivates achievements,
yeah.
which is annoying, because I understand if you use a mod that can get you to cheap out an achievement.
Yeah.
But if you've got something like you're using a mod to create a whole another story, or a whole other side quest arc,
Yeah.
and you no longer get
Or
achievements,
even
that's
graphical changes, like if you're using a mod to make it look prettier, boy, why should that deactivate achievements?
yeah, exactly. If it's a case of there's an achievement for having X amount of caps in Fallout,
Yeah.
and there's an infinite money glitch where you don't spend any money, or an infinite money mod that you don't spend any money, but you can buy everything. I get that.
Yeah.
But like I said, if it's just doing up frame rate or something else,
Yeah.
then why not? Why does it have
Exactly.
to be, my brother, my older brother, he loves Skyrim. Like I think he's got maxed it out. And now he plays it with all the mods, because he's like, I don't care about the achievements anymore because I've got everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame him. So I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to the point. I'm gonna finish it, get the achievements, and then bounce off. Then try all the mods. Right, moving on anyway, because we've got a few months to get through here yet. Anyway, let's see what else we released. We had the Crew Motorfest. I played that at Gamescom. It's actually quite good. That's a Ubisoft title. We also had Lies of P, which again, we had the devs come out and say Lies of P has performed significantly on Game Pass, and they're very happy with the outcome. As far as they're aware, they both Xbox and Lies of P on both sides are happy with the amount of players and the engagement that game's got since it went on to Game Pass. So they're happy with that. And there is a new Lies of P in development as well as DLC. So that did well. Played it for a little bit myself, but I'm terrible at Souls games, so I bounced off that quick. I am just so bad. Did you play Lies of P at all?
Yeah, I got a little bit into it, but I bounced off it. Again, I'm terrible. I do plan on going back though. I do quite like the challenge of Souls games,
Yeah.
but it's kind of like, and one, I need to be in the mood, and two, I'm not very good at them.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling.
So, although I completed Elden Ring on my own. So there is that. That's probably about as close as I'll get to bragging about.
Yeah. Yeah.
My game share partner, he mainlines Souls games. He's got 1,000 out, I think, of all of them so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
But he
a
still
few
goes
people that
back
do,
to
and I
it.
just don't get it. I'm just like, I don't know how you're good at this game. I'm terrible. I'm
I say
terrible.
he streams it. He's got like 1,000 odd subs or something.
Yeah.
And he streams it, and he does get a fair amount of people watching. It's just like, how many times are people gonna
You'd be
watch you
surprised how
play?
popular those games are, especially
Oh,
when you're
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it frequently. How popular those games are to watch.
yeah. He's got 1,800 followers.
Boom.
But he just streams those games really. I mean, he gets because he's got quite a few followers now. He does get quite a few game keys,
Yeah,
so I kind of benefit from that.
nice.
But yeah, Lies of P. It's a nice game. I like the fact that it's like a Pinocchio type thing. You know, it's something different. It's not. You know, it's not a Lords of the Fallen, but you can confuse Lords of the Fallen with the Dark Souls game just with the aesthetic and how it is with these
Yeah.
weird creatures and stuff. Whereas this is, you know, it's a kind of like borderline fairy tale that everybody knows. Everybody knows Pinocchio.
Yeah,
So to be sat in that world is, I think, it's quite a good take.
yeah, definitely a different take as well. Yeah, definitely. Next up, we got Mortal Kombat 1, a game I was going to pick up, but haven't picked up as yet. It also released in early access on September 15th. Yeah, people loved that as well. We also got the release of Party Animals on Xbox, which was hilarious fun. We played that during our charity stream. Hilarious fun. I'd definitely like to play that more with Party because that's just silly. But it also needs to add a bunch more game modes because they had like 2 game modes. They need to change it up and add a bunch more stuff to it.
Yeah, it was like, what's that other game that came out where you had to do like a little race and people got eliminated each round?
Yeah. Just why I can't remember the name of it, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, it's like
I
that,
thought I was the best.
but at least that
I
one
thought I
has
was
more
the
game
best
modes.
ever at that. I won my first 2 ever games of that and never won again after that. That first 2 games, like, this is easy. Everybody sucks. And then I've got to like 3 other finals. I was like, this game sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it goes really right for you, and other times it just goes terribly wrong.
Yeah. It's that bit at the end where you have to catch the trophy that's going up or down. I've missed that a few times. I was like, no.
Yeah. But yeah, Party Animals needs more modes, needs more maps. That's what I'll say about that. Other than that, it's good fun with a party, 100%. Payday 3 also released on Xbox that month. I haven't tried
That
it.
was a
Haven't played it.
disappointment.
It's in Game Pass. Have you played it?
Well, I thought you were going to do an MBG then. Never tried it, never played it, never liked it. Yeah, I played. Who did I play that with? I think I played that with Esky,
Okay.
and it was just it got a bit boring.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember who. I think it might have been no, it's Alex was going on about it, and he said he was like, "There's more people playing Payday 2 now than there are playing Payday 3." That tells you what you need to know about that game.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's just not hitting. Like, the devs can save it absolutely, because if I remember right, Payday 2 wasn't great when it launched.
Yeah.
But right now it's not doing. It's not hitting that thing.
Yeah. That's fair. It's not one who's like jumping out to play that, to be fair. So it probably won't be one that gets installed.
No.
Next big release was an expansion, and that was Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. I have played that. Still playing through it, but it is fantastic. Of course, the addition of Idris Elba in there. Of course, Johnny Silverhand is still in there as well. Still played by Keanu Reeves. Fantastic in addition to that. Still shouldn't have been nominated for like a Game of the Year or in those categories. I think you should leave those to new things. Have an entirely separate category for DLCs, expansions / remakes and remasters, whatever.
Yeah, that wasn't an ongoing thing. That was
Yeah.
us fixing our cock up and then releasing a DLC. That's not ongoing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why it was nominated for ongoing, but hey, it won. Surprisingly. Let's have a look. Counter-Strike 2 released on PC. I haven't really heard much from it since. I don't know how that's doing, whether or not people loved it or hated it.
Completely forgot that had been released.
Yeah. Then we go into October. Let's have a look here. What games did we have in October? We had the Lamplighters League on Xbox. That didn't do too well as far as I remember. Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. I played a little bit of it. It was okay. Have you played it?
I picked it up, played a couple of games, and then put it back down again.
Yeah.
You need to be with 4 friends.
Yeah.
If you don't have 4 friends, it's going to get boring playing with randoms.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. On Switch, you got Detective Pikachu Returns as well. Let's have a look. Then Forza Motorsport released. We spoke about that at the beginning of the show. I don't think Forza Motorsport hit where it needed to hit. Graphically, it definitely didn't do what it originally advertised. It looks great in some circumstances and completely flat in others. Thankfully, they've improved dramatically on the handling of the cars and the way the cars handle in the races themselves. That's one good thing. But visually, it was a step down on what they originally advertised. It doesn't, and it's a lighting model issue. Sometimes it looks fantastic, other times it looks terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know what they've done or what they can do to sort that out, but hopefully they do in further iterations or updates. But yeah, it's going to be a while till we'll see the next Forza anyway, so I guess we're stuck with whatever they have to change for this one. But I mean, it was a good racer. It just graphically didn't wow as much as we thought it was going to.
I didn't play it. I'm just not a sim racer.
Yeah.
To be fair, I got bored of Forza Horizon.
Yeah.
I just think I'm not outgrowing, but I'm getting less. Like, I loved 4.
Yeah.
But I just, yeah, like I said, my tastes are changing a bit, and I'm falling away from races in general.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. After that, we also had the release of Lords of the Fallen on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. Did you play that, or is that not one you've started yet or tried?
I've played Lords of the Fallen. I didn't get very far because I was a bit confused with what was going on. And again, it's a Soulsborne type game.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I'll give it a try again. Because I've heard loads of people saying how good it is. Like I quite enjoyed the first one. I didn't complete the first one, but I did get quite far into it, and I enjoyed what I played. It's just, yeah, for this one, it was the going between the two realms and whatnot. And I
Yeah.
got to a certain bit, and I was like, I don't know where I'm going. I can't get out of this area. Going back isn't the right way, and it's really early in the game. So I was like, I'll just give it a break. You know, when you just give it a break and you go back, and I'll probably end up going, oh, there we go. That's where I go.
Yeah. 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 It's not, again, because it's another kind of Soulsy-esque game, it's not one that I'm probably going to pick up. I've accumulated so many Souls type games, and I don't know why I keep doing it to myself, because I'm not a Souls player. I'm terrible at those games. I'm really bad. But I keep accumulating them, so I've made a thing to just jump on it and try it. Apparently, it looks really great and it plays good, but I'm just gonna put my foot down and just not to get another Souls game that I'm not gonna play. Of course, we had another big release in October, and that was Marvel's Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation 5. Now, not my cup of tea. I played Spidey 1, or at least played part of Spidey 1. I'm not a big Marvel superhero fan. I'm more like, if it's R-rated, then yeah, I'll jump on it. Or if it was like Guardians of the Galaxy, where it was quite a significant amount of funny humor and I enjoyed it. The gameplay style that they had in that, yeah, absolutely. And the story was, I thought, significantly better. But did you play Spidey 2, or is that one you've picked up?
No, I tried to buy it twice off Vinted.
Yeah.
First time it got sent,
Yeah.
and then I'm pretty sure Every nicked it.
Yeah.
I bet if I was to go on the thing now and put in the package details, it'd still be sat in the warehouse, apparently. So I got my money back for that, and then went and tried to buy it again from Vinted,
Yeah.
and the person just didn't send it out. And so I got my money back again after, I think it was like 6 days. So I was like, you know what? I've got too many games to play right now. I'll wait until the new year. I could probably get it cheaper as well.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to sell it to my mate at work for 35 quid. So if I can get it for like 40, 45 quid and
Yeah.
sell it, pay 10, 15 quid for the new Spider-Man, platinum it, and then give it him, that's a pretty good deal.
Yep. Yep, fair. Yeah, it's not my cuppa. It's not my cuppa. I really tried to love Spidey 1, and I enjoyed it for the most part, but there's a lot of things in Spidey 2 that I hated in Spidey 1 that really didn't make us, like the side quests were just so boring and dull and an asinine. And being a superhero, you didn't really feel like you got much benefit out of it. It was more just how good of a rating can you get from saving these people as opposed to any benefits. There's no benefit to saving anyone. There's nothing.
Yeah.
So why would you be a superhero? You just like then you just play for the story and that's it. Like there's no benefit to
It's
going
just a
there.
way of going, actually, this game is 55 hours when really it's 30,
Yeah,
25, 30.
yeah,
But we're going to make you do all these pointless side quests.
yeah. Like going through the gas, like the first one, going through and collecting the gas things to see what the air pollution was like. Like why?
Yeah, it's like, really?
Why? I'm some fucking Spider-Man, not a biologist. What? What was going on? But yeah, so yeah, and then of course the whole thing with Mary Jane and saying, "Oh no, we've made it OP because no, there should be no reason why Mary Jane should one-shot enemies while Spidey's punching them for 10 minutes. No reason.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. Shouldn't happen. I'm sorry, but it shouldn't. But then they're just so boring. Them sections, like forced stealth missions. I don't need them. Don't want them. Take them out. Mary Jane should just be literally just somebody in the background that you talk to every now and again, or part of the story in cinematic cutscenes. Shouldn't be forced missions with her, like an investigative journalist. We're not buying Spider-Man to be an investigative journalist. That's what Clark Kent's there for, as Superman. He's a journalist. Oh, never mind. But yeah, so, I mean, I don't know how many people have played that game or are playing that game. I hope they're enjoying it for the most part, whatever they did. We had obviously discussed earlier the Insomniac leaks, and they're going to be making countless Marvel games till the end of time. You're going to be getting apparently a Venom game based off of Spider-Man 2. It sounds like it's probably end up going to be like a Miles Morales spin-off.
Yeah,
shorter experience. Yeah. And then you're going to get Wolverine in 26. And then you're going to get X-Men. And then you're going to get X-Men. And then you're going to get X-Men. Woo! So for Marvel fans, if you like Insomniac's work, you're in for a treat. But I feel for the developers on that one because they're stuck making Marvel games till the end of time. Yeah. I just think the only thing I'll say about that is I think there's not enough time between games to do anything different between them. So I can only see.
No, there's only a couple of years in between each one, isn't there? So
yeah. It's like a year and a half in between each game, if that. It's like six AAA games in 8 years.
yeah, they're gonna hit COD level of not fatigue, but
Like the differences
need
between
more
titles is going to
time,
be
yeah.
so minimal.
It's gonna be copy and paste a lot of stuff.
Yeah. And you're not going to see like differences in the visuals that aren't going to improve. They're going to be the same. The gameplay loop's going to be the same. You might have a little bit of equipment here that's new, or equipment here that's new, but ultimately it's going to be the same game, but a different storyline every time. If you like that, great. But I'm not there for copy and paste. Like I don't do that with COD. I haven't even bought COD this time round because it's just the same.
No, I've not. No, I've not bought COD. And then you also forget they're probably going to have a Game of the Year edition that they're going to re-release. Like not a remake, but
yeah, re-release the game in a different version. Yeah, exactly. Feel for them. I think there's going to be a few devs looking at their options when they know that they're working on countless Marvel games for a while, and the amount of games they're going to be working on, they're going to be like, "Fuck this! I could be working for a studio that's going to take 6 years to make a fucking big game, or I can do 6 titles in 8 years, and be like absolutely rammed to the teeth with work." What would I rather do?
I mean, it depends. If you're a dev and you want constant work, because it is quite a volatile industry, and you're like, right, well, this is my jam. You're gonna have a pretty set job for the next decade.
Mhm.
at least. So if you're happy with that, same with COD. People who stay at COD probably because it's a guaranteed job for most of them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I think it's just run of the mill stuff though. That's the problem. It becomes just I'm doing it for the sake of just being in a job as opposed to enjoyment. I think there's going to be a few that'll be enjoying it, quite a few, to be honest, that'll be loving their jobs and loving the people they work with. But I think it's just that volume of workload in that short amount of time, I think will push a few people.
Yeah, you might get a couple burn out with a lot of it,
Yeah, yeah. I
or
don't
just a
blame
lot
them.
of reused assets.
Yeah, I don't blame them. We'll see how it works out though. We'll see how it works out. But sorry for
I
the
hope
devs.
it's good. I mean,
Go on.
the idea of X-Men, that sounds thingy. If they can pull that off, right, that has to be online co-op.
Ah, yeah,
A
has to be.
minimum of 4
Yeah,
co-op.
yeah.
And I want the full original roster, in it. So
But do you think Insomniac will
see.
do that, or do you think they'll just stick with single player?
I think they'll stick with single player with maybe a press a button
To switch
to swap
characters,
out characters. Yeah.
unfortunately. Next up, we got Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I haven't played it. I don't intend to.
Nope.
Um,
Nope.
We also got Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. Thankfully, I did not end up purchasing that, even though I was going to, because it was a fucking cheap cash grab.
My game share partner got it. I don't know whether he bought it or whether he was gifted it.
At least you
But
didn't
yeah,
buy it.
it's not. It just hasn't aged well. Let's put it that way. Like
Yeah.
I love the first Metal Gear Solid, but I can't play this one. It's
Yeah.
like the mate I work with at work. He's the biggest Resi Evil fan I know. He's got tattoos, Resi Evil tattoos, and everything. He's like, I just can't play Resi Evil 1. I can't deal with the tank controls,
Yeah.
which is why he wants Resi Evil 1 to be remastered
Remade properly. Yeah.
Yeah, properly. He just said, I can't do it. It says my mum's better than me at playing it than I am. Just I just can't get my head around it.
Yeah. Yeah. Next big one we got was Alan Wake 2. Now I haven't played that yet, but as always, Studios has gifted me that game. So shout out to him. I have that installed now. It's ready to rock and roll. I'm going to be playing that off stream. So I'm looking forward to jumping into that by myself. Can't wait to start playing it. Have you started playing that yet, or have you got it?
Yeah, I've started playing it. I'm a fair way through it. I bought it. I was not gifted it, Studios. Fuck you. No, I'm joking. No, it's definitely worth a game. It's a very good game.
Yeah.
I would, even though I haven't completed it, I would say it's in my game of the year. Definitely. It's the visuals on it are amazing. The story intrigues me enough, especially if you've played the original one.
Yeah.
Oh dear God! I'll tell you afterwards. I've just seen something. Yeah, it's a very good game, and I think you'll definitely enjoy it.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I've got it installed. It's ready to rock and roll. I made space for it, but that's the one I uninstalled Starfield for, and I think that's a worthy uninstallation reason. So, yeah, so I'm looking forward to getting to that. Outside of that, we also had UFC 5 release, but again, a lot of people from that have played that have said, "Yeah, just cash grabbed on that one," which is fair. We had an indie release in GoesseN. I love that. Again, 6-hour experience, climbing adventure game, just story based, no combat or anything like that. Really enjoyed that. Nice break from the big games. Highly recommend it for anybody who wants a cool, chilled out indie game to play. GoesseN is brilliant. What else? That was it. That was actually for October. Have you played GoesseN yet?
I've not, but I am spending 2 nights at work over Christmas, Christmas Eve and Christmas night, and I'm only working from 7 till 1:30 on Christmas Day. So
Right.
I'm contemplating taking my Xbox in, and playing something.
GoesseN would be good.
Because GoesseN, I might I'll probably play Baldur's Gate, but I'll download it, and then it's just a nice little palate cleanser if I'm getting a little bit thingy by then.
Yeah, definitely. Then we're in November. We're getting close to the end here. RoboCop Rogue City. Now, I know this one took people by surprise. It actually was a good game. People are thoroughly enjoying it. It's not one top of my list. I might come to it at some point, but I'm glad it released and people also loving it. Really loving it, in fact, as well. Is that something that you've thought about getting, or is it not one that's cropped up on your...
I do want to play it. It's just there's
So many
way
other
too much
games.
I'm playing at the moment, and I'll wait till it drops in price. To be honest with you.
Same.
So.
Same. Also got EA Sports WRC. I know Daz was playing that. I think he's enjoying that as well. Football Manager 2024 released on everything on the 6th of November. I haven't played that yet, but again, it's a time sink, so I'm not daring to jump on that. What else? Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Raised His Name, dropped into Gamepass on every platform. I haven't played it, but it was a big release then, 9th of November. Modern Warfare 3 dropped on the 10th of November to a little bit of bad review. The story was extremely short, didn't review well at all. However, the multiplayer community said the actual multiplayer side of it is some of the best feeling multiplayer they've had for a while. Although they have just recycled loads of old maps from Modern Warfare 2 as opposed to Modern Warfare 3. So I'm glad this is going to be the last one that they've done by themselves, or at least probably the second last one they've done by themselves. And hopefully Microsoft force them to do it every 2 years as opposed to every year. But we'll see what happens when they weigh up the money side of that. What else did we get? Hogwarts Legacy released on Switch. Then we got Coral Island, an indie game on everything. Also released into Game Pass. What else? Teardown released on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. It also released into PlayStation Plus, if you want to play that. Persona 5 Tactica released on everything on November 17th. You also had Super Mario RPG. That is a game I want to pick up, but I haven't picked it up as yet. That is on Switch. What else did we have here? Getting towards the end, thank God. Walking Dead Destinies. The General T got this, played it, and refunded it. It's absolute dog shit. Absolute dog shit. So yeah, and to be fair, I expected no less. I don't know why. It looked terrible. You got it. It was terrible. But never mind. Batman the Arkham Trilogy released on Switch in December. And it was terrible. Performance, graphics, the lot. Absolute dog shit. Unfortunate for being such an old game. I don't know why the port was that terrible. Performance-wise, they should have had a long time to work on that. But never mind. Disney Dreamlight Valley released on everything officially. On PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, One, Switch, and PC on December 5th. Then we had December 7th, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Absolutely loving it so far. Graphically, absolutely beautiful, as we had tons of gameplay on screen for it before. Graphically beautiful. One of the only games that I'll say where taking a photo of it really doesn't do it justice. You need to visually see it in front of you to kind of understand what we're saying about the level of foliage, the HDR into effect, all of the different plant life and animals and mosquitoes and bugs and everything that's happening around the world, and the changing weather formats and the day and night cycles, and everything in that game visually is beautiful. It's a good game. It handles well. The combat's fun. The traversal's really cool. So thoroughly enjoying it so far. Is that one you're going to pick up at some point, Sean? Or are you not interested in Avatar?
I'm not overly interested, to be honest with you. I think I'm burnt out with open world best type games for now, anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of people are, to be fair, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was Avatar, I probably wouldn't have picked it up either.
Yeah.
I love, and it's not even just the story, because let's face it, anyone who's watched the story or watch the films, Avatar's got like such the most bare bones basic storyline ever. It's a really easy to digest film. You don't need to really pay attention to it. And sometimes it's good to have that. You have that one side of things where you like really complex films where you've got to try and figure things out. And I like me binge-worthy kind of films where you can just chill out and not really think about it and just enjoy the beautiful stuff on screen. Avatar's like that for me. It's really simple. I don't need a complex story with it. But in terms of its visual aspect, it's absolutely stunning. So I wanted a world in that world, and they've done that really well. So hats off to them for that. Let's have a look. Outside of Avatar, where have I gone? I've lost my place here. There we go, Avatar. Then we got the hilarity that was The Days Before. Released on PC Early Access December 7th. But by December the 11th, it was taken down, and the developers had closed doors, and they had changed the name and vanished. What a crock of shit that was.
Yeah, it was just a scam.
Absolute scam. Absolute scam. That was just an asset flip. It was absolutely not. I don't even know how they got the footage that they sent to Unreal to do that ray traced stuff, because whatever they showed to them was absolutely not the game that they give to everybody. What an absolute scam.
Yeah.
And it's not that consumers can all refund. And they've said Steam are happy to do that. So Steam are refunding whatever they've paid to Steam. It's actually the creditors, the people who have funded the game's development, that have been scammed out of this money. And I very much doubt we'll get it back, to be honest.
No, probably not.
Ever. And I think the person, the CEO, I think, has went walkies, so I don't think you'll ever see them again. And that is it. That pretty much runs out the year of all the games released. So, Sean, before we wrap things up and we wrap the show up, I want to ask you a nice, easy question. Let's say easy-ish. What's your most anticipated game for next year?
Hellblade. That's quite an easy one.
Yeah. Of all the games, Hellblade. Nah, I stand by you. Hellblade's definitely my most anticipated game by a long shot. Although I'm intrigued to see how Avowed comes along, because that's the next best thing to a Skyrim that we're going to get for a while.
It's just, I'll play it and I'm semi looking forward to it, but from what we were shown, I know that was CGI to look like gameplay.
Yeah.
Did kind of raise certain expectations,
Yeah.
which that doesn't look like they're going to meet. Maybe I'm wrong, because what we saw was out in the open, very vibrant, and then we didn't really see anything in dark, dank caves. But I think they've done a little bit of a disservice by giving people the opportunity to compare the two, when one is obviously a CGI imagining of it, and that's all you'll get is the fanboys going, "Oh, well, look at the downgrade."
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with them a little bit. Like, I don't agree it's a downgrade because you're not comparing like for like, but you're giving the opportunity. And when I saw that, I was like, that looks mint. And then when I saw what they showed, it was like, it looks okay. I'll still play it and probably enjoy it, but it's just not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And fingers crossed. I've had a little bit more time to work on it. I mean, since we last saw it, until it's released, it's probably going to be a year and a half. So we'll see how it turns out. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And Towerborn, I can't wait to play Towerborn.
Towerborn should be a good co-op.
Yeah, I played a little bit of that at Gamescom with Boxy. That's going to be fun. That's online co-op as well. The way that they've explained it, the way that the head of the studio explained it to me anyway, was that they've built up a procedural thing where they can literally, every season they can, the map itself, the main map itself, changes every season. And they've built up a procedural thing where they can essentially generate an entire world, an entire new world with new levels and new bosses and everything like that every season. So it's never the same. You're never playing the same maps. You're never playing the same levels. Every season it'll change so that you get an entire new thing. All they've got to do it'll generate the maps automatically, and then they go in and just hand plonk in some things here and there on each level and go, okay, right, we'll add like the boss bit here, and we'll add like some loot bit here, and we'll add these things here, and like refine a couple of the trees and things on the foreground. But outside of that, it's pretty much seamless to be like an ongoing game that they can kind of manage that way. So it's going to be a lot of good fun, a good party game, a good party game for sure.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
can't wait for
definitely.
that. 100%. Let's get to the last super chat here before I wrap it down. Games Lord with a €2. This was commenting when we were talking about voice acting before, when we were talking about Final Fantasy, etc. He said Dragon Age Inquisition offers UK and US voice choices.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I would love for more devs to do that, but I know how costly it is to do voiceovers, or how much it would cost to do
Yeah.
an entire game, an entire different thing. So it depends
Especially
on how much-
hiring two different people to do exactly the same language but in a different accent.
Yeah. They could do that, and then they would just have to pay them more, I suppose. This, but in US and UK accents. Go. But yeah. But yes, we're going to wrap it up now. I want to get back to Dave Ramos's question quickly, because I did say I was going to wrap it up at the end of the show. Being a Wired creator allows me essentially to get access not only to Wired Publications games or keys, etc., to be able to cover them for you, and that does go from large indie games through to little indie games, but also gives me access to the developers so I can get interviews with any of the Wired Publications developers, which comes in really handy for if there is an awesome game coming out in the future. I can speak to them directly and get an interview for you guys lined up, so we can kind of find out more about the game that's coming out from this team. As well as that, of course, then work with them on the Community Indie Showcase, get a lot of upcoming games, etc. Possibly lined up to show off at the Community Indie Showcase, but also get the developers involved in it as well, which is going to be really handy. Ultimately, get early access to a lot of awesome indie games that are in development right now. Get previews and information about some of these indie games that a lot of publications might not see firsthand. But it does not restrict me from working with other indie groups either. So if I want to work with other indie companies or other indie devs or publishers, I can go out and do that. So it's not restrictive in that front. But it does mean they'll be putting out more content that is Wired focused as well. So for instance, I mentioned I'm going to be doing a little stream for Tin Hearts, which will be tomorrow. And I gifted, even though it's on Gamepass, I got given a key for the PlayStation 5 version of Tin Hearts as well. So I'll be playing it on PS5 as I got the key there. But I've also got a awesome discount code for PC players. So if anybody on PC wants to pick up Tin Hearts but doesn't know about the price, I've got a 45% off discount code for Steam for Tin Hearts. So if anybody wants to pick it up on Steam, I've got a discount code as well that's provided. So every time we do coverage like this, I also get something for the community, whether it be keys to give away or whether it be discount codes for the game. So there is benefits for both of us. So we can preview and review games, but we can also provide keys or discount codes of these games as well for yourselves. Essentially just gives me access to more indie games and the developers to be able to showcase these games off for you. So that is what being a Wired creator is going to provide to ourselves as a community. So I hope that summarizes it quite well. But yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for the super chats, everybody. Much appreciated. Thank you to everybody who subscribed and liked, etc. Much appreciated for that as well. Every little helps, every little section helps, and awesome likes and everybody who tuned in today. Thank you to Gaz and King David as well for jumping in for our last show of the year. I will be off next week, which is the 27th, but we'll be back again the week after for our first show of 2024. But yes, Sean, let's get ourselves out of here, brother. Let people know where they can find you and what you've got coming up.
I have a hell of a ton of work coming up after, starting Friday. Friday through to the new year, I'm working straight.
Lovely.
But hopefully I should have a new job soon.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
So if I can get that, it's Monday and Friday, so that'll be a lot easier. But you can find me on Xbox and PlayStation under Sean Ballon.
Awesome sauce. Awesome stuff. Brilliant stuff. And yeah, I'm going to go up and chill out. Obviously, you'll see me stream. I've been completely lost track of days because I finished last week. So I'm off until the 2nd. Then I go back to work from the 2nd onwards. But I got completely lost track of days. I was meant to be streaming on Monday. Forgot it was Monday. Because I've been busy doing other things. And so I didn't end up streaming. And then Tuesday I was meant to be doing a Final Fantasy stream and ended up streaming PUBG. So I didn't end up doing it properly then. So tomorrow you'll see us on the World of Game Mode Boxy. But then we'll get back to the regular streams that I was meant to do, like Final Fantasy 16 and Avatar and things like that. But I've just been having fun, chilling out and just playing games, and that's where you can find me over the next few days anyway, just chilling out. But hope everyone has an awesome New Year, Christmas, etc. Boxing Day, enjoy your time. Hope you get what you asked for. Hope you enjoy time with your loved ones. Have an awesome evening, and thank you for jumping in once more. And we'll see you all again next time. Good night.
Ta-ta.